Will, can you hear me?
Savannah?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. You were able to find the correct invitation.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure my mic was working. Thanks.
It is. Congratulations.
Will, are you able to hear me?
Sure am, Chief.
Great, thank you. I'll go ahead and mute now. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Morning, Will Johnson. How are you?
Doing well, David. How are you?
Good. Great job yesterday and all the Zoom and public forum. That's not easy.
No, thank you, but it turned out well. Everybody, all field signed up. We're able to be called on.
Yeah, it was good. Great work.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Tommy.
Morning.
Happy Friday, everybody.
Happy Friday. For those parents, I've got some humor. We had another emergency room visit last
Oh my
night.
gosh.
It was too funny not to share. Kid number 2 fell and busted his teeth, so we had an emergency dental visit last night after
Just baby teeth, I hope?
baby teeth. So,
Okay.
Do you get frequent flyer miles? Or?
oh man, something like that. It's just called reaching your deductible really early. That's what it's called.
Hmm.
Hey, what another little news thing I thought you guys might appreciate. I listened in on a call earlier this week with the Bloomberg Mayor's thing, and it includes people from the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, and they're talking to mayors across the country, and they were talking about reopening and the plans and what to include and look for. And most of the mayors are in states that are haven't started reopening. Anyhow, this thing I wanted to share is that the elements that they say need to be in the plan and the things to consider are all in our plan. So I was really pleased and not surprised, because I know the task force looked at the Johns Hopkins guidance for that. But anyhow, just thought you all might want to hear that and feel good about our phase plan being consistent with some of the best guidance rules. So I was pleased.
Thank you. That was good news.
Mhm. Now our adherence level to the guidance is more mixed, but that's a different story. council members, you might also be wondering why our flags are at half-staff today, or maybe everybody knows it's Peace Officer Memorial Day to honor police officers who've fallen in the line of duty. Just thought I'd mention that in particular, since our first item on the agenda is the police department. So thank you, police officers.
Yes, ma'am. Ours are lowered to half staff here at the Girl Scout office too. So
Good.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Johnson, could you confirm that all council members are present, please?
Yes, Vice Mayor, we are all here.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of our budget retreat hearings. I just want to thank everyone for your attention yesterday to the meetings, and also the questions and comments, and also to all those department heads and everyone who participated in the budget retreat yesterday. We have a full day today, so we will try to be mindful of breaks. We don't have a break scheduled this morning, but we will take one because we do have police and fire this morning. As you will see, there's quite a bit of time allocated for police, so we may take a break then or after fire. So we'll just gauge that. If anyone needs to, would like to suggest a break prior to my recommendation, please let us know. So with that said, if we have Chief Thomas with us, we'll go ahead and get started with KPD.
Great. Can everyone hear me?
We can.
We good? Perfect. Thank you. And I appreciate being able to go first, because that makes my schedule a little bit easier, and I'll try and be brief, but I've got several things, and I watched most of the hearings yesterday, so I've got several things that I'd really like to address. With me at the table are my deputy chiefs. In case I have questions, or you all have questions that I can't answer, I may lean on them a little bit, but they're all a part of this process as well, so I wanted them to be here. Just to start out with, our budget is about $57 million. Apparently, we have the largest budget in the city. Personnel costs are about 75% of that. Supplies are 3%, and other charges are 22%. We have allocated 416 sworn positions. Of those 416, we now have 370 filled, but we've got 22 in our academy right now with a September 25th graduation class. As far as our non-sworn or civilian positions, we have 114 allocated, and we have 110 of those filled, which include 4 cadets that are in our academy right now. We have a couple of open positions that we are working on filling, to include a grant manager, an NCIC operator, and an OA2 right now, because we've had several retirements. So total authorized, we have 530 employees at the Knoxville Police Department. Of that, we right now have 502 filled. We have 7 facilities right now that we maintain, from the safety building here where I'm sitting today, to Safety City, the K9 building, 5th Avenue, which houses several of our units, our firing range and KPD Training Academy, and of course our East District office on Walker Boulevard. And right behind that is our Safety Education Unit there in Mineral Springs. So to let you know where we stand as far as employees, I told you how many we had filled, but I want to make you aware of our current situation. We have right now 27 sworn positions on the drop plan that we know will leave within 2 years. Right now, the employees who are eligible for either the drop or to retire, they could walk out tomorrow, and those on the drop could walk out tomorrow. We have 69 sworn positions and 13 civilian positions. So as you can see, we have put great emphasis on hiring new folks in our recruitment plan, and making sure that we're recruiting a diverse community. So we're working really hard on that. And last year, as most of you know, we were allocated money to have a marketing and research firm work with us. And so we're in the last stages. We've had 3 presentations, I think, now from that firm as they go through the process. And we're in the last stages. I think the last presentation is the 1st of June. But they've made some great suggestions. We're working on implementing those suggestions. The next presentation that I'm going to get is a presentation on branding, but they looked at our whole process from hiring from beginning to end and how we can improve that, in addition to how we can recruit the right people and diverse population. So we're really excited about that. I just kind of wanted that's not included in this budget, but I wanted to let you know where that was and how it was being spent. So we actually have encumbered a small portion of those funds to put some of those recommendations in place, because it won't be until June that we receive those final reports. So we're still going to be able to work with some of that money, thank goodness. A couple of things that I want to bring up that are really important before I open up for questions. One that's in the news this morning that we're very excited about is our body cameras that the mayor has allocated in this budget. So where we are on body cameras, I'm not sure how familiar most of you all are with the request for proposal process, but we put that RFP out back in, I think it was the end of December. We'd worked with Janet Wright while she was here. We got those proposals back. We formed a committee made up of several people, I think 7. We have somebody from information systems. We have our tech services manager. We have an officer on that committee to evaluate the proposals we got. And we got 6 or 7 different proposals. From what I understand, the process right now, we are down to our 2 finalists. So we're evaluating those proposals to be sure. And I learned this the hard way back when we got a new records management system, but we want to be sure that those proposals, what the salespeople say their equipment to do, meets our needs. So since we are down to 2, we are going to have them bring their equipment in so that we can test it. I can't talk too much in specifics about that process. I think I can say that we're trying to work with those vendors because they're working in the same pandemic mode that we're in. We're in a hurry. Nobody wants those body cameras quicker than we do. The July 1st deadline is probably not going to happen. If we can make it happen, it certainly will. But the way we're having to, we're going to have to evaluate this equipment, but we're working with those vendors, and rather than them sending the equipment, us having to install it in our cars, they're actually going to bring a car down with their equipment installed. So that's going to help us expedite that process. And there are some very strict rules. There's Julie Maxwell with purchasing is in on those. She's part of that committee to make sure we're following the rules. We want to make sure we get the right equipment in the right way. So I cannot give you at this point a date when we will have those, but rest assured, we want it badly. We are working as quickly and as diligently as we can to get those body cameras in place. So I wanted to make sure we got the right information out there, because I think one of the news outlets put the program was on hold. It is absolutely not on hold. We absolutely want those body cameras as quickly as we can. And we have even explored other ways for funding. We have applied for a grant that will help with a portion of that. So if that grant comes through, then that will help us to pay for those. So we won't have to rely so much on taxpayer money. We look at those body cameras not just as an opportunity for transparency, but they help us to train. They help us to get our message out. We'll use them for all kinds of things. So they're very important to us. And we are very excited about getting to have that opportunity to have those. As I mentioned before to council, we have looked at body cameras for several years, probably the last 5 or 6 years. And we have looked at how much they cost and trying to figure out a way that we could get them. So we are excited to finally have that opportunity. The other thing that is big in our budget, of course, is the new public safety complex. And we're really excited about that. From what I understand, it is on track. I drive by there probably about 3 times a week. I eat my lunch in that parking lot sometimes down in front of it, so I can watch and see the folks working. But we are really excited to get that going and to have most of us under one roof, where we're spread out, as I said, over 7 facilities right now. It's going to be a great location. We're close to greenways where we can run. We're right in a neighborhood that we can partner with. We're close to a restaurant. I don't think I can mention and tout that restaurant, but it's right down the street from us. So we're real excited. A lot of opportunities to work with Fulton High School, with LMU. So we are really, really excited about getting into that new building and a refurbished building. It's going to be definitely new to us. As those of you who got to come and do a tour of this building, our concrete is disintegrating, and we are literally at some points holding it together with duct tape. So we are really excited about that. I know that's a huge expenditure that we really appreciate. We'll be moving there with the fire department. city court and pension. So we'll have some neighbors close by as well within the city, but great location. And, we couldn't be more excited to have found a great location within the city and to be able to use a building and repurpose that building. So, so we are really excited about that building. Along with that, we are working on, and we have been trying to do this for, I think, probably 7-8 years, a new kennel. And we have, we located several over the years, several different sites, and they just didn't work out for some reason or other. But I think we are now looking at putting our kennel out on Cement Plant Road where our training academy is, which is in the money has already been budgeted for that. So that is not included in this budget, but where our training academy is, and that is will be a great partnership because we will have more people in and out for security there at our training academy. And we can train without having to worry about the dogs bothering the neighborhood. We had talked about maybe putting it in the main facility there at the, I'm sorry, St. Mary's, Tenova North. I'll always call it St. Mary's. My husband's whole family was born there, went there for years. So hard for me to get away from that. But that way we won't have to worry about the dogs bothering the neighborhood there, and they'll be safe and secure. See, I talked about recruitment. As far as our budget, we have adhered to the mayor's wishes, and our budget is fairly austere. There are some things that we got allocated that we really needed. Some funds for operations that we had to ask for because drug funds have gone away. What drug funds are is when we make any kind of a seizure as a result of an arrest, after it goes through court, sometimes we are awarded funds based upon our involvement in that case. So those funds we were able to use for things like supplies for our honor guard uniforms at times, training. But those funds now have been, that we're not getting as many drug funds as we used to, but the funds are more restrictive in how we can use them. For example, we can only use them for the most part for drug investigations, rather than being able to use them in our academy to provide, training in our academy or to send somebody for defensive tactics training, only for things that apply to drug investigations. And my Chief Gass is actually over the CID division and used to do budget, so I lean on her quite a bit. So that, we had to ask for some things to cover some of those special units, the negotiators, the bomb squad, that we had pulled their training and their equipment out of, and we're having to cover that in our budget. But we have also, I want you to be well aware that we have really explored grant funding. We are, for example, we understand the homeless community has been in the news a lot, and we work really hard with that community. We have a couple of officers who are very invested and work really hard with that community, but we identified a couple of years ago, and it's going to come to fruition this year. We've been able to move some grant money around with the mayor's blessing, and we've identified a social worker, I think a master's level social worker that will be embedded with our officers, that will work in that community with our officers and ride with our officers. And we're really excited about that. And that's grant funding. So that's something that I think will help us and help that community as well. So we're really excited about that. As far as grant funding, we're looking at grant funding for ballistic vests. We have a requirement. We're a CALEA, Commission on Accreditation for law enforcement agencies. We're accredited, our training academy is accredited, but also our police agency is accredited. And we require the use of ballistic vests by all of our officers. So that's a cost. It's a cost that we provide, but we have found some grant funding to provide some money for those ballistic vests for our new folks, and they need to be replaced every 5 years on all of our officers. That's their life. So grant funding, we also identified for motorcycle and bicycle safety. We can use those funds at Safety City for the kids. We give them helmets when they come out to Safety City. So things that we've done in the past that we don't have the funding for anymore, we're looking at other ways to fund that. And, of course, officer health and wellness. We're looking at some grant funding to provide some officer health and wellness opportunities, which is one of my main goals, is to keep my officers healthy, both financially, mentally, physically, spiritually. And we're going to pull all the things we do for our officers together into one program. But I'm looking at a grant that will provide some funding for that. And part of that I'd like to do is actually embed a police psychologist with our officers. It's available and to ride along 24/7 to help our officers, because as you all hopefully are aware, officers see things that no person should ever see. And it takes its toll. It takes its toll on our officers, and we don't just discard them when they retire. We owe them, and we need to make sure that we are taking care of those needs. And we have a chaplain program. We have other things. We have EAP, but we need to do a little bit more. And so I'm working on that as well. And grant funding hopefully will help me identify some of those things that we can do. And peer support. Chief Gass is over our peer support team. So we do have a lot of things in place, but we're going to pull that together. One thing before I quit, and I apologize for rambling, that I would like to address, because I did watch most of the hearings yesterday. Wanted to be sure that I addressed things that were brought up. And I saw where during the park section, culturally competent training was brought up. And I just want to make sure that I address that because it is very important. And it was brought up who teaches that and how it's taught and how many classes we have. We have a panel discussion during one point, but I want to make sure that you all understand how important that is to us at the Knoxville Police Department and how important it is that it's not just 40 hours or 24 hours or 8 hours. It goes on throughout an officer's career. It changes based upon the changes in our community. We have to make sure that we are addressing the needs of our community, and part of that is being culturally competent. We are always learning. If we ever, if anybody ever tells you they've learned all there is to know or they are culturally competent, they're not. They have gone beyond the scope of what that means. And so to give you an example, community-oriented policing. Chief Phil Keith had the foresight to realize community-oriented policing, working with the community on problem solving, is the only way to effectively police. And so there are still agencies who have community policing officers. There's only a segment of their officers that go out into the community. We don't believe that. We believe that that is woven into the fabric of how we do our job. It's what we do. We work with the community. Cultural competency training is like that. It's woven into what we do every day. It's not just for our newest recruits. It's for every officer from beginning to end. We're always learning something new. We may have new communities move into areas of our community that we need to learn about. We need to learn about their culture and how to identify with them. A very simple example is, when I first came on, working within the Hispanic community, women aren't recognized as with any kind of authority. And so I had to be very careful of that when I went on a domestic call. I had to have, wanted to have a beat partner who's male with me. And, not that I would back down, but I want to be aware of those cultural differences and how to deal with that. So that's just a very simple example, but I want you to be very well aware that we are very, very aware of that, how important that is and how we do that and how we address that. So I will quit at this point and take any questions that you may have that I'll be glad to answer. And if I don't know the answer, hopefully somebody in this room will help me and assist me. So thank you.
Chief Thomas, this is Vice Mayor McKenzie. I want to go back to the drug funds. You stated that they've gone away. Where do those funds go now?
Okay, so they really haven't gone away, but we do not have as many seizures as we used to have.
Okay.
Legislatively, what we can seize has been restricted. There are certain legislatures who don't want us to be able to do seizures at all. But the other thing is there used to be a lot of money in cocaine. There's not a lot of money in heroin. So the culture has changed as far as drug use and the opioid epidemic. So there is not a lot of money seized when we do drugs, drug busts and drug arrests.
Okay. So when we do those, and let's say that there is a seizure, do all of those funds stay locally? Do those drug funded items, seizures, money, property, do they stay locally or do they have to be handled with the federal government as well?
Right. Well, then that would depend upon the case. If it's a case where we are working with the FBI, then it'll be dispersed upon who's working there. We're working right now, the DA's office. Apparently there was was it an ordinance or resolution put in place where the DA's office now can receive up to 30% of those funds once we get them dispersed. So we're having to give the DA's office some money too, because they put in some extra effort on these cases. So it is dispersed among different agencies as well. And I mentioned, I will need to reiterate that the way we use those funds is now more restricted.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Essentially, it goes to the feds first, ma'am, and then they disperse it back to us, and they take their cut and some others take a cut. But the biggest reason for the dwindling in that area is, as Chief Samus described, is, the amount of cash seized in drug busts has gone down over the years. So yeah, that fund, while it has some in it, does not have near as much as it did in previous years.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Chief Thomas.
Good morning.
I want to go back to, you were talking about having a social worker embedded.
Yes, ma'am.
And, since I've been on council, I keep bringing up that police officers are not social workers, and that should not be where the energy is. But in thinking about right now, if you say anything good about the police, you love them, and they can do no wrong. If you say anything bad, you hate everything about them. Where I think it's basically everybody wants to feel safe. Some people feel very safe being protected by the police. Some people do not feel safe at all. And those, all the experiences are valid. There are other programs around the country that are using a lot more social workers. And I would love to spend some time and I mean, I know you guys do research, but through SAMHSA, I'm not sure where to begin with, probably with grant writing to try to get that, or even more than grant writing, maybe some of the positions that have not been able to be filled can be filled in that capacity. And I know that's very complicated between mental health and safety, and sometimes there's some pretty scary situations. But I'm hoping that that's something we can work on so that more of the community feels safe, but with the police.
Yes, ma'am. And I totally agree. And thank you for bringing up that we are not social service experts.
Right.
We're certified, we have 80 officers, a little more than 80 certified in crisis intervention training, who do a great job at it, and they're aware, but that doesn't make us experts. We're able to triage, is probably the way I'd put it, but we do need help. And this is the first step. And you're right, there are grants around the country. And we've looked at those, and we'll continue to look for those. But we're excited about making this first step and seeing how it works, and then building on that.
Do you have an idea of where the social worker will be? Oh, you were saying with the homeless.
It will be, yeah. They'll be riding with Officer Clinton and Officer Moret, who are our homeless outreach officers.
And I know that those officers already work with a lot of the social workers in that area. So will there be a different role, a hybrid role of that, or kind of a similar thing?
Well, we envision that as a person that is available to us immediately, rather than having to call for a resource, that they will be able to provide that assistance to whoever that we're dealing with immediately. And so, resources that we just don't have the ability to provide, and we don't have the knowledge to provide.
Do you guys work much with mobile crisis units?
Yes, we do. We work quite a bit with mobile crisis, as a matter of fact. Yes, ma'am. So yes, and they are very available to us. We've worked over the years to make it more accessible. It's ups and downs. I mean, they have their availability issues as well. But yes, we call on mobile crisis quite often. Sometimes they have to meet us at the hospital. Sometimes they can meet us in the field. But we work with whatever they can do for us. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I think we may be talking about BHUC later. I'm not sure if it's in your budget or not.
Mm-hmm.
But the social workers that are with that whole program changing, Helen Ross McNabb spoke about social workers being more present as people are released from incarceration. And those would be in a social worker capacity. I'm wondering if that's also a group that can work closer, especially with the populations that are so difficult and have so much need to work with.
And the BHUC, I hope everybody's aware, the Behavioral Health Urgent Care Center. And some people call it the BUC, and that really confuses me because we all call it the BHUC. But that is a tremendous option for us, in the opioid epidemic and any addiction issue, because jail is not always the answer. When I first came on in 1993, in fact, 3 of us in this room, and you came on before, it was cuff and stuff. That's all we had. was either jail or citation. So we have this option now and so many other options available to us for people who really need help and not to go to jail. And that is a tremendous option. And from what I understand in talking to Mr. Wagner and several other folks over there, they are actually getting ready to come out into the community more. So that's another opportunity for us to work with them rather than just bringing people to them. They will do follow-ups out in the community, which is going to be tremendous. And we look forward to working with them. So yes, ma'am.
I really like that. I think
That's your cat.
Yeah, she sits in on all the meetings right now.
That's cool. Sorry.
I'm sorry about that.
I have 3 of my own. I understand.
I forgot where I was going with this, but yeah, I think with the military, what we talked about last couple weeks ago at council with the tank and with the fear aspect and the seeing so many police departments turning to such looking like the military or looking frightening, you know, and once again, it's complicated. There are bad situations, but that's also a look that once again, it's not just being safe, it's feeling safe in community. So I think maybe with some working with Helen Ross McNabb, social workers, having one embedded, and hopefully we can keep on this model might be something that keeps police officers safe, more of community safe and feeling safe, and deal with some of these really complicated issues that we have.
Yes, ma'am. And you're exactly right. We learned a great deal from that experience. We repeat it again, but it's a tool that we have when we need it. So, you know, but it doesn't need to be out in the public eye. You're exactly right. We learned from that. Yeah. And yes, we do want to work with the people that can provide the services that the people that we encounter every day need. And that's a service that they need. You know, we have a lot, we encounter many people with mental health issues and addiction issues. And unfortunately, we're the last line of defense. People call 911 when they don't know what else to do. So we need to have those resources and more of those resources to help those folks.
And a moment ago, you were saying that the job used to be cuff them and put them in jail. And, you know, that's not the model that serves us to just put everybody in jail. We've been doing that and it does not work at all. We all suffer for that. So thank you guys for really trying to work in that very complicated middle.
It is. Anything involving people is complicated, but thank you.
Oops, that's not what I meant to do.
It's the cat.
Chief Thomas, good morning.
Good morning.
How many people has BHUC served in the past year? Do you know?
Well, I don't. I'm sorry. I can look that up and get that to you. Mr. Wagner would have those results. I know that through this pandemic, I think we have had it full a couple of times, which we hadn't done in the past. So we have actually been using it more and more, which is good for us to be able to have that space. But I think we can hold 12 people at a time, 14 people, 12 beds maybe. But that is, you know, we can always use more. Funding is always an issue. I know we're continuing to fund that. So
yeah, well, this budget includes almost $600,000, and it's really important. And so I just, I'm grateful for the coordination that you all have with them. I think it's an important role in our community.
Yes, sir.
I should know the number myself, but I don't know.
I apologize. That wasn't one I prepared for.
No, I don't mean to give a surprise. If anybody else has that magic number in front of them, feel free to speak up, but I can do some homework as well. Thanks.
Hi, Chief Thomas.
Good morning.
So good morning to all of you. So back to Councilwoman Singh's conversation, can you elaborate a little bit on the crisis intervention training that's being done? What additional tools do the officers receive for the situations that they might be dealing with? Just curious to know how that kind of elevates their ability to deal with crisis intervention.
Yeah, so those are skills that are given to officers. The crisis intervention certification course is a 40-hour course that we go through, and Helen Ross McNabb is involved. I think it's based on what was called the Memphis model. I have not been through it personally. All of our officers have been through a 24-hour familiarization course. So we're aware of this and how to use it, but the actual certification course gives those officers, and it's also being attended now by ambulance drivers, by health care personnel, police officers. I'm trying to think of who else. Oh, I talked to Chief Sharp about having some fire officers attend as well, because they deal with mental health issues as well, which will help us because the fire department can do no wrong. Everybody loves a fireman. So if we start being able to send down some of those calls, maybe a fireman out, a fire officer out, that will help, because the nature of our job, we can be threatening. But what those skills, the skills that those officers are given, more than empathy and things like that, is how to talk to somebody, what words and what behaviors to cue on so that you don't ramp up somebody's issues. You are able to calm them down. And so we have, I mentioned, we have 80, I think maybe a little bit more than 80 officers. That is something that we have officers apply for. Not every officer is great at that. Just like not every officer can be a traffic accident reconstructionist. So what we want to do is we want to use the people who want those skills, but that allows us to have several people on each squad who are certified. And so when an officer encounters a situation where we think a CIT officer would be able to calm things down, we can call for a CIT officer, and we have those folks available. It's been a tremendous resource for us and able to calm down a situation and get resources and get people the help they need, rather than say, well, they jumped up and they swung at me, so that's assault on an officer, I'm taking them to jail. If we can calm the situation down and find out what the problem is and identify that problem and try and get help for that specific problem rather than the symptom, that saves us in the long run as a community, as a police department, on resources we have to spend going back. So
Sure.
I hope that did that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. I just kind of wanted you to elaborate on that a little bit, and to learn more about it. And also, and I may have forgotten, just from the original proposal from Ackerman, where are we in that? And as far as being able to finally implement those recruiting efforts? I mean, it's definitely concerning that you're looking at nearly 20% of the force being eligible for the drop plan. So,
right. So they actually have done a tremendous job. They talked to current officers, officers who are very tenured. I don't want to say older, although most of us are. They actually talked to people who had been through our process and dropped out or failed out in some way. And they made several recommendations that we had kind of thought about, and I can give you a couple. But they have actually, I think they've given us 3 of their 4-part series. The last part that we had just gotten, that I have just received the presentation and going to meet with them, was the branding portion. But as far as the recruiting and hiring, the hiring portion, making the hiring process a little quicker, they actually got that down to about 5 or 6 months. And those are some things we had looked at and thought about. And one of those things is where an HR department would help us. As far as coordinating, we have certain requirements to be an officer. You have to have a psychological, you have to have a polygraph, you have to have a background investigation. But if we have somebody that's their job to coordinate those efforts and maybe have 2 or 3 things going on at one time rather than doing this, okay, now you move on to this a week later. If we can get more of that done quickly, that will assist us in getting people hired on. Another thing they talked about, and we had already thought about, and we are now putting it in process, and you will see it, I don't think at this council meeting, but the next one, is we're creating a new position that is not a civil service position, but it's similar to our cadet position. And I can't remember what we're calling it, but if we get somebody through the interview process where we've had a chance to talk to them, or their background takes another 3 to 4 months, we can hire them. And if they fail out of that background process at any point, we'll make that very clear to them that that job goes away. It's not civil service protected, but it's a way for somebody getting out of school or getting out of the military that needs a job now, that we don't lose them because we don't have them hired on. And we're looking at, a police officer starts at $40,000. I think we're looking at paying that person $36,000. And they will work here at the police department, doing different things that we identified. They can help with traffic control. They can help with special events. They can do ride-alongs. We can work on their PT skills. They can work with our cadets. So we're really excited about those suggestions and putting them into play. The branding is what we're looking at now when we start to look at, advertising and had a really interesting idea and something that we hadn't thought about. So the last presentation, I think, is scheduled for June 2nd. And so that'll be when their proposal is complete. So long story short, June 2nd.
okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Public service recruit, I think. Public service recruit.
Oh, yeah.
I have questions.
Public service recruit, I think, is the name we're going to use. All right. Any other?
I had a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll start with the public service recruit since that's where we ended. It sounds like with that position, you envision with traffic control, other things, that there will be opportunities for that new recruit to interact with the public.
Not without someone else being there. They would not be on their own. So, we would have, if traffic control, maybe like a UT ball game where we have several people at an intersection, we would provide training first before we put them out there as well. It's not something we're going to put them out there cold, but it gives us a great opportunity to see, for example, this recruit academy, we've lost 7 people. And most of it was, I didn't realize I could get killed on this job. This job is not for me. We've gone back and we're actually doing 2 interviews with the people who are leaving to find out what did we not communicate well. So that will allow this person to come in and see the police department, see what we do, and prepare themselves for the academy, physically and mentally. So that's what we're hoping to do with this.
And then in terms of the CIT training, you said that not all police officers have been trained. Have the officers working with the homeless community received that training?
I know Britt has. I'd have to check on Officer Moret. But yes, Officer Clinton has. So yeah.
When I visited the homeless camp, there were 2 officers there. I spoke with Officer Clinton. I'm imagining it was Officer Moret in the background.
Yes, ma'am.
But as I spoke with Officer Clinton, that officer stood in the background and mocked me. So if he hasn't had the training, he needs some sort of training. Because
we've looked at that video. And one thing is that I can just tell you right off is Officer Moret has had hip issues. He twists a lot. Sometimes your body language is very important. But sometimes there's an excuse for that body language. But yes, we've already talked with Officer Moret. We'll continue to, as I talked about earlier. Our training is ongoing. We're never good. We're never good. We're never the best we can be. It's a continual learning process. So yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't think those hip issues would have made his face distort the way that it did. He was definitely mocking me. And I hope that's taken seriously. I don't want to hear an excuse for him. Thank you.
For sure. Yes, ma'am.
The other issue is that in terms of the social worker that was mentioned, I'm happy to hear discussion, even a mention of a social worker. I would like to see positions created outside of the police department, but if it is within the police department, as you stated, there are 530 authorized positions, 502 of which are filled. So it seems, depending on, we've recently learned from various sources that we have numerous camps throughout our city that may need support. It seems like one social worker would have a lot of work to do, but we have money in our budget for unfilled positions that could go towards those social workers.
Point well taken. But let me really quick tell you that I don't know about the money in the budget because those sworn positions, 416, we are having to pay overtime to fill those beats. So that overtime comes from those unfilled positions. The other thing is our officers do a really great job. We have 416 officers to cover our city of 375, 380,000 people. Chattanooga has 500 officers to cover a smaller city. So, I agree, we need social workers. But I don't know that the money is there in my budget. But I agree with you. And that's why we look at grants. We look for everything we can find.
Hey, Chief, let me jump in too. And Councilwoman Parker, I think it's important that if positions aren't filled, the ability to use those resources to then hire someone in a position is not an option. We would need to actually create and fund that position in a budget. And so, because the goal for KPD is to fill those positions through recruit classes. So it's also important to note that many of our dollars that support outreach are actually done through our providers. that I know you're aware of in the field with their social workers. So wanted to get that in there about unfilled positions.
Thank you.
Would it be possible for Boyce, could you look at our fiscal year, that budget line item for personnel in the police department, how much is unspent?
I mean, it depends on year to year, but yeah, we can see how much in pay and benefits and so forth ends up being unspent. On average, obviously we won't know till the end of this FY exactly what the dollar is, but I can figure something out. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chief Thomas.
Good morning.
How are you doing? I've got just some questions about the relatively new safety center just off of Western Avenue that you're doing in conjunction with Helen Ross McNabb. Could you give us an overview of how that's working out so far?
So are we talking about the BHUC, Behavioral Health Urgent Care Center?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So on every call, there's 7 charges, ranging from disorderly conduct to public intoxication, 7 minor charges that we look at every one of those charges. We want to make sure that on every one of those charges, officers are considering taking that person to the BHUC rather than to jail. Now there's some, and we track those on a weekly basis. I get a report, our command staff gets a report every week, and we look at that. If a person was taken to the BHUC or was taken to jail. And there are sometimes, if they're combative, if they're violent, we can't take them to the BHUC, but we do track that. That's important to get them where they can receive services, either for mental health problems, addiction problems, whatever they have going on. As I said earlier, we're kind of a last resort. People call 911 when they don't know what else to do. And we want to address that underlying issue, not the fact that maybe they were combative with us, but there was a reason for that. Is it a disorderly conduct? Well, yeah, it probably is, but why? Why is it that they're running through a neighborhood, screaming, yelling, and disrupting the neighborhood? We want to deal with that underlying issue so that we don't keep going back again and again and again. And I don't know what they do exactly in there. I could get Mr. Wagner he's got a presentation, but I know that it works, and I'm glad we have it. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, I think it's just a step in the right direction where we have some alternative to taking, let's say, marginal people who don't need to be in jail and give them at least an opportunity to start some kind of treatment and have some caseworkers, even if it's 3 days, that's a beginning.
And just so you know, it's not a one-time thing. We've taken people there several times, which is, it doesn't always take. I mean, sometimes somebody has to go 3 or 4 times. I heard a very famous person talk, Eric Ainge, talk about how he had the best of everything, and it took 3 times of rehab for it to take with him. So, we don't expect miracles, but it helps.
Yeah, I would like to see that kind of function expanded, but I want to applaud the city and county for at least taking a first step in that. And the results have been good so far from what I've heard. So thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just able to do some homework on the BHUC real fast and found that last year, 500 citizens with mental and substance abuse were taken to BHUC. 74% of them were uninsured. 59% of them were homeless. 79% of them had mental health diagnosis. And there's some good stats about recidivism rate reduction. So I agree with Councilmember Thomas's comment and just collective. This is one of the most fundamental ways our collective community can avoid unnecessary incarceration, and we are actively funding it, and it means a lot. So just want to add that bit. Thanks.
Thank you. It means a lot to us as well to have that ability. So.
We took 13 last week, so if you average it out, that's about right.
We don't.
We took 13 to be last week.
Okay. I was just advised we actually had 13 people that we were able to take to BHUC last week. So we did some real quick research too. So good stuff.
Thank you. That's all I have at the moment.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Ryder.
Yeah, so just to clarify on that, that's 13 people that went in a week span and they do a 72-hour stay.
I think we have cut,
24 hours.
yes, it's been cut back to 24 hours with follow-up in
Okay.
the community later.
Do we know why it's been cut back?
I think it has to do with funding. I think it has to do with money. And also the model is that, and I'm not the expert, but when people go back to their community, they need that support as well. So why not follow them into the community and make sure that they're still able to function and they're doing well.
So the questions about the length of stay, does that go to Jerry Wagner?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And that the chief is correct. It was related to how the funding and the changes, I believe at the state level, modified that after that initial program design was put in place. And it was not a local decision. It happened outside of our control. So, but Jerry would be the person to answer that.
All right. I'll follow up on that with him.
I was just going to say, maybe we can ask Jerry to share his report and even, report to all of council, because it, seems like there's a lot of questions. Just wanted to know how it all works and how it might have changed from today, from when it was originally conceived, and what was the impetus behind those changes. So we'll get in touch with him and ask for him to share a report and answer any questions to all council. Also, I know that the county government contributes to the BHUC. I'm not sure what proportion, but it's a partnership, and I'm glad that they're covering some portion of the cost. I'm not sure what portion it is, but yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Chief Thomas, let me say that first, that I appreciate the work that you and your deputy chiefs and every officer makes and contributes. I can't imagine what it must feel like every day to put on a uniform and walk out the door, and you don't know if you're going to walk back in the door that evening. And so I just want to thank everyone who makes that commitment to serve in law enforcement. I also want to say that, we're hearing about some of the established programs that we're working with as far as rehabilitation to help prevent recidivism. But I'd like to see us maybe in the future, if you guys are in agreement, there are a lot of community organizations, and there's some grassroots organizations that are doing some good work out here to help with rehabilitation of people, helping them to find employment, helping them with their self-esteem, to just start moving in the right direction. And so in addition to that, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the national climate currently that we see, and then here locally as well, is one that states that there's a great need for a greater emphasis on law enforcement and community relationship building and partnership. I know that we're getting ready to hire a new park director. I'd really like to see all of us working more closely together with that person on programming, on suggestions and recommendations and feedback that the park director could get from the community. I do think that there's got to be a point where we have some community surveys or something that's going to help us move more aggressively in a direction that the community would be more receptive to. I'm not saying that there's not been work done in the past, but I do feel like this is a great opportunity. And so I'd like to know if you and the mayor would be supportive of the person who sits in this park director position moving forward in supporting something of that nature that's more gathering a greater level and effort of feedback from the community as it relates to what they think would be effective in how we make programming going forward that establishes better communication, better relationship building.
Yes, ma'am, definitely. Most definitely. We need all the help we can get. I can tell you right now that park director sits on our training committee, our 12-person training committee that determines what training we receive, our recruits receive every year. So we value that input, and the more information we can get from the community, the better. As far as working with the community, this pandemic has affected our ability to attend community meetings, which is a huge source of community outreach for us. But I want to divert or sideline a little bit just to thank you, because you, during one council meeting, one of my first council meetings, had brought up Mr. Lawrence Williams and how he was outside the gun show protesting, and you pointed him out in the audience at the city council meeting. He came up, he took the initiative, came up and talked to me. I consider him a friend now. I brought him into my last academy on my last day, my time, to talk to my academy members, because we have had conversations about how can we make the police better? How can we make the police more accessible? He has very close relationships with several officers, and he said, how can we get everybody like that? And I said, help me. And he has risen to, I wish I could fund some training, and I may look into that he could do for us, but he has come in on his own time. And I wasn't sure what I was going to get with him. I let him have free reign. I was there with him with my recruits, and he's tremendous. He is a tremendous young man. He's a tremendous man. And after he left, I met with my recruits, and I called him. That was an invaluable time that they got before they graduated, to be able to talk with him and see his efforts and know that we have people in our community that do the wrong thing, that do bad things, but they're not bad people. And we need to develop those relationships. So thank you. I just wanted to, I'm glad I got to work that in, because that opportunity was given to me on a silver platter, and I appreciate that.
Well, and I appreciate you being receptive to that, Chief Thomas, because as you know, and I'll just mention it for the newer council members and existing council members that may not know that that is a young man who is committed to helping youth get out of gangs or stay out of gangs, and also young adult males as well. The work that he does is tremendous, and he has actually shared with me, Chief Thomas, the how important he feels like it's making a difference when he does come in and he has the opportunity to talk to officers about just even when we talk about street code and we talk about the level of respect that these young men are looking for, and what can help maybe build an open dialogue between the officer and the person that they're dealing with, whether it's that they see them, not necessarily that they're in trouble, but trying to help them stay out of trouble. And those are the types of things that I think that we've got to move forward to in the future. And I appreciate that and your willingness to partner with him on that level. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor, I'll just say, since you asked, I totally agree. And when I'm interviewing the park director finalists, that their ability to engage the community, whether through surveys and other manners, will certainly be a topic I want to investigate and make sure they have the wherewithal to do that in an effective way that builds those connections and engages the community. So it's a two-way communication.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mayor. And Mayor, my apologies. I didn't see you on my screen this morning. Good morning. And thank you for your support. Do we have any other?
Oh,
yes.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. Sorry to interrupt. This is Stephanie Welch. I had some information about the BHUC just based on the previous conversation. So that contract with the BHUC will be on council's agenda this upcoming meeting. Sorry, it took me a minute to get it pulled up. I wanted to look and make sure it's on there. So there will be representatives from Helen Ross McNabb at or on the Zoom for the next council meeting this upcoming week. And that contract, the county contributes $840,000 a year, and the city is contributing $575,000 per year. So just look forward to that contract in this upcoming meeting, and we'll make sure that Helen Ross McNabb is available to answer everybody's questions and give a thorough report on the BHUC.
Thank you, Ms. Welch, for that update. Council, do we have any other questions or comments for Chief Thomas and her staff?
Good morning again. Chief Thomas.
You had your turn already.
I'm double dipping this morning. Beautiful day. I believe we spoke about this about a year ago. So I'm sure you remember every detail. Yeah. No, what this is about is the not the gun buyback, but the guns that are taken from the community being sold back into the community. That is something that I really do want to address this year, because you're keeping yourself in business by doing that. It just doesn't seem like a way to keep the community safer. And I know that that's a part of the budget that ends up being something that you guys need to use the monies for, but maybe we can figure out some other way to do that besides just putting guns right back out into the community.
Yeah.
Ma'am, Boyce Evans here. In actuality, my staff handles that on behalf of the police department. What will happen is, over a period of years, yes, they'll, these guns that get confiscated, they'll hang on to them and so forth. And then at some time, when we have a need to buy more new weapons for the police department, maybe their SWAT team, they can be everything from regular service revolvers to, stuff for their SWAT team. We'll come up with that list. The KPD will give us that list. And then what we do is we get bids in, if you will, a type of bids from, I think they're called Class 4 firearms dealers. That means that, they have special weapons and stuff like that. But we trade those to licensed Class 4 firearms dealers to defray the cost of what those weapons would cost us if we bought them new. So they are not actually, they're not sold on the street, if you will, or to anybody, and they're to the highest level of security type weapons dealers that we can provide them to. So, that's what we do with it, and that all comes with a judge's order saying that we can do it pursuant to state law and so forth. So I just wanted to make sure it's clear that those do not just go back out on the street.
Not directly, they don't, but they do. I mean, I didn't think that the police department went out onto, downtown and started selling them. I know that they go through wholesalers, but eventually they end back up out. And just because the judge says it's okay and legal doesn't mean that it's the best thing for us to do.
Yeah, Councilwoman Singh, I think we've heard your request, and we will look at that budget allocation and see if there's other ways to approach that.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, having seen none, again, thank you all so much for your time today, and have a great day and a good weekend. Thank you.
You too. We appreciate you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. All right, next we have the fire department. Do we have Chief Stan Sharp with us?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but I don't see you.
Yeah, I'm trying to start my video. I think the host has to turn that on, is what it's saying. There we go.
Okay, there you go. All right, I'll go ahead. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I'll go ahead and turn it over to you now.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor McKenzie, and thank you, members of City Council, for this opportunity to talk about the fire department and about our budget for next year. Our current operating budget is $41.6 million. And because we're a service organization, most of that, actually approximately 70%, is for employee salaries and benefits. Our current staffing is at 309 firefighters and 10 non-uniform support staff. Our authorized staffing is 327 firefighters. So we're down 18 right now, but we're currently in the process of hiring a new class of firefighter recruits. Our proposed operating budget for next year is $42.2 million. That's an increase of approximately 1.6%, or $650,000 over our current budget. $476,000 of that increase is for salaries and benefits. That's primarily the 2.5% pay increase. The remaining $174,000 is primarily for increased expenses associated with our fleet of fire apparatus and with our equipment replacement fund. In order for our folks to do the job of protecting property and saving lives, and that's primarily what we do, we need highly trained people, and we also have to provide them with the tools they need to do their job. That includes equipment like fire trucks, vehicle extrication tools, and state-of-the-art equipment like thermal imaging cameras. And what those are what allow us to be used during firefighting to help find victims and also find hidden fires. Over the last several years, we've made some significant investments to provide our firefighters with the equipment and technology they need to be able to do the best service possible for our customers. We've replaced all of our vehicle extrication equipment that was 25 to 30 years old with some new technologically advanced equipment. We replaced our fire station alerting system with a state-of-the-art system from WestNet. Last year, we just replaced our hazardous materials truck, and we're in the process of replacing some additional fire trucks over the next year. We've also purchased some Lucas 2 automatic chest compression devices over the last few years, and they have definitely helped improve our CPR results. Right now, we're in the process of replacing our old thermal imaging cameras with new cameras, and we've been able to purchase enough of them to put one on every single fire truck. We do have a capital request for next year that I would like to mention. And as you may have already figured out, it's for equipment. We've requested $666,500 to purchase some new fire equipment. Specifically, that request is to upgrade 2 of our fire apparatus, which are currently up for replacement as part of our replacement fund. And the remaining part of that capital fund is for other equipment such as technical rescue equipment, some heart monitor defibrillators, and some radio equipment. This capital funding will help us continue to provide our firefighters with the tools they need to be able to do their job of protecting our citizens and property. As all of you are aware, our current situation with the COVID-19 pandemic has changed so much of what we normally do. Many of our programs, such as parts of our public fire education, are currently on hold, unfortunately, but we are still responding to emergencies just as always. Some of our protocols and our procedures may have changed, but our folks are still dedicated to their job, and they're still coming to work and serving their citizens. And I would like to just take a minute to say how proud I am of our firefighters and for the dedication that they've shown during this time. They're always dedicated, but during this time, they're still on the job, serving our citizens and responding to emergencies. And I'll be glad to take any questions.
Chief Sharp.
Yes.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm good.
Good. First of all, I wanted to compliment you and the fire department for your response to the big fire over at the recycling plant. And not only your efforts in extinguishing the blaze, which was quite a task, but also your accessibility after the fire. I saw you at multiple community neighborhood meetings. Either you were there personally or top officials of your staff, usually both of you. So I want to compliment you for that. And almost across the board, I've heard good things about your response and your accessibility after that. Just generally, could you possibly give us an overview of the monitoring of that site now and what conditions or regulations the fire department may be putting on it?
Yeah, I'll give you a brief overview of what we did after the fire, and then also pass that on to probably David Brace may want to address what's happening right now. But after the fire, our fire inspectors went out there actually on virtually a daily basis for several weeks, actually for several months. And our primary concern was to get the fire load down so that we didn't have another fire there. And one of our inspectors was out there regularly checking, making sure that there was not an increase in the fire load and that it was actually being removed also. Then the building or the codes inspectors came out also. The water quality department did the inspections also. And now it's primarily the overview is through the codes department. Don't want to put David on the spot, but he would have more information about that than I would.
Thank you, Chief, and great question, Councilman Thomas. I know that's an incredibly important site for the neighborhood and for the residents directly adjacent to it. And we continue to receive complaints. So I actually I had to pull up an email. John North with WBIR had asked for an update. And so what I'm going to do is forward that email to council so that you've got it. I mean, I'll hit a few of the highlights. So at this time, the business does not have a valid demo permit and their certificate of occupancy has been revoked. So they're not permitted to conduct their business or to demolish the structures. The codes office has been conducting periodic inspections and going up to the site when there are complaints. City Engineering Stormwater Division has been inspecting the site weekly. There are some concerns on their controls. An on-site visit conducted on April 21st. They did not note any violations at that time, but they have been issued multiple NOVs. I'm trying to look down. So I'm going to send this to you. If they do want to reopen, they will be required to apply for city permits and a SPAP. And so, which is a special pollution abatement permit. And so, other than cleaning up the existing materials, they cannot operate. And so I've been up there multiple times. Fire has been called, stormwater, our law department has been involved. So there's an entire team making sure that the site is compliant, and we will continue to do this. And I will just forward this email to Mr. North that we sent on April 23rd to council. And if there's any other updates, I'll find out about that, Councilman.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you for that update, David. And it'll be something that you and I'm sure will have a continuing dialogue on. And but thank you for your responsiveness, and Chief Sharps as well.
Thank you.
I had a question.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Some cities have their crisis intervention teams located in their fire departments. Has this ever been discussed within the Knoxville Fire Department?
No, it has not. We have worked with the health department to get some of the folks that we respond to on overdoses to try to get them the help that they need. But beyond that, no, that has not been a part of the fire department. Certainly something worth looking into.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, I wanted to know the background, but thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Roberto.
Yeah, Chief, good morning.
Morning.
You know, I know with a lot of the responses, what the fire department, you know, will respond to certain calls. A lot of those are medical related, you know, and not necessarily a fire. How are things going with personal protective gear? You know, do you feel like you've got enough? You know, how is that? I guess, I mean, these are just, this is an uncommon time that everyone's dealing with. So I'm sure you're taking, you know, extra precautions, but could you kind of fill us in a little bit on how that's going or what you see out there?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for that question. Obviously, that's something that's in the news locally and nationwide. We do have the gear that we need right now, but obviously we're struggling with getting additional gear, especially N95 masks. Those are just hard to come by. There are some other PPE that is difficult to come by. we're okay right now, but we are also working with KEMA and with city purchasing to get additional equipment. We have vendors emailing us regularly saying, they have so-and-so PPE available. So we'll check that out and get with purchasing on that and then get it as quickly as we can. Obviously, there's concerns for the future as to whether or not we'll be able to get the equipment that we need. And that's why we're looking at every different vendor who may have it.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chief Sharp, this is Gwen McKenzie.
Yes.
Want to ask about recruitment efforts for the fire department. I know that it's difficult and it's challenging while we're dealing with COVID-19, but do you guys ever do anything as it relates to just recruitment with high school seniors, especially those that are in our inner city schools? Sometimes I just think that there's a potential missed opportunity for some young people to fully understand the scope and depth of what it means to be a firefighter, that is a good career. So could you talk a little bit about that and just at a high level, because we could have an offline conversation if needed.
Yes, thank you. We do go to every event that we can in local high schools or job fairs, talking about the fire department, mainly locally, because we love to have our local folks interested in the fire service. We also have an Explorer program that we are working on expanding, which gets people age 14 to I think 21 a taste of what it's like to be in the fire service. So we have that program going on. We also are in the process of talking with Fulton High School. As you all are aware, we are moving into the new safety complex as soon as it's ready, along with the police department, and we'll be right next door to Fulton High School. And we're wanting to establish a partnership with them to be able to introduce more people into the fire service and possibly even have some training with them and or get them started in our Explorer program. So those are just some of the things that we are working on and have been doing. There's always room for improvement in that area, though.
Absolutely. And I think that's awesome, especially with the proximity that you will be in the future with Fulton High School. But I'd love to see us maybe think outside the box and potentially expanding that partnership to Austin East as well with the principal. So if you're open to that, maybe we can have some conversation and pull our school board representative for the first district in at some point to help see what that would look like.
Absolutely. In the last few weeks, well, actually before this COVID-19 started, we've been meeting with the community empowerment and Charles Lomax to work on some new initiatives there also.
Okay, great. Glad to hear that. Okay. Any other questions or comments for Chief Sharp? Okay. If not, Chief Sharp, just want to thank you and all the firefighters and your staff, administrative staff, for what you do. I'll tell you, I always appreciated the work that you do, but when we came out, we put all that gear on, it was just a whole nother level of respect and appreciation. And so again, thank you all for everything that you do.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We were hoping to do that this year also with the new council members, but obviously that's going to be done at a later time.
Oh yeah, I'm going to make sure that we don't forget about that because they need that experience.
Absolutely.
They definitely need that experience. All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. Team, we're running a little bit behind. Do we want to keep moving forward, and then everyone just maybe if you need a break before lunch, you just kind of take it on your own? Do we want to do that or do we want to?
Good.
Okay. All right. So let's just keep moving through. So next we have on our agenda, the Knox County Emergency Management Agency, Colin Ikes, Director. Do we have Colin on?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Vice Mayor and council members. I'm Colin Ickes, Director of the Knox County Emergency Management Agency. I appreciate your time this morning. I'd like to tell you briefly about our department, what we've been working on, and our budget requests. As you know, emergency management is a shared city and county department. We have a staff of 3 full-time employees. In addition to me, we have our operations officer, Judy Wasick, and our executive assistant, Diane Fox. Currently, we also have 2 temporary employees that I'm really grateful for that are helping us with the COVID-19 response. Our mission is to lead preparedness efforts for major emergencies and disasters, and when disasters do occur, to provide coordination and support for the response. Some examples of our preparedness work: we coordinate multi-agency planning efforts, working closely with KPD, KFD, and other response agencies. We facilitate emergency exercises and drills. We provide training for emergency responders, particularly in the areas of incident command, incident management, and hazardous materials. And we lead regular meetings of all of our local emergency response agencies to improve operations and work out kinks in emergency response and disaster preparedness. When disasters do occur, we activate our Emergency Operations Center. The EOC is a room in the 911 building where we gather key players and representatives from agencies and organizations involved in the response to share information, coordinate and support response efforts. Of course, this includes our first responders, but also partners like the Red Cross, like our utilities and other nonprofits and faith-based partners that assist and support the response. For major emergencies that don't require the multi-agency coordination that the EOC provides, we'll respond to the scene to provide support and assistance to the responding agency. For most of this past year, our focus has been updating our emergency operations plan, which is our master overarching disaster plan that was really in need of a big update. That seems like a lifetime ago. That was close to completion when we put that on hold for the COVID-19 response. In February, we activated the EOC for a flooding event. Fortunately, the flooding we had this year was not nearly as bad as the very serious flooding from February last year. Our EOC has now been activated for 2 months to coordinate the local response to COVID-19. That's a record for us. Previously, our EOC had been activated for up to a week straight. And the pandemic's been unique for us in many ways. We've had a virtual EOC. Frankly, that was a big concern for me. The entire point of the EOC is to bring together all the key leaders and decision makers together in one place and break down the barriers and make sure we're freely exchanging information and coordinating. Of course, it's not an option to get people together in person at this time. So although I was worried, I'm happy to report that the virtual EOC, which consists of many Zoom meetings, phone calls, emails, radio communications, has been working really well for us. As far as the COVID-19 response goes, the EOC's objectives are to support the public health response, ensure the continuity of essential community and social services, and to plan and prepare for increased demand on healthcare systems and emergency services. Our EOC operations section includes a public health branch, which provides coordination with the health department's operations, a social services branch, which includes a food security group, homeless services group, youth services, senior services, and immigrant and refugee services. That's another unique thing about this incident for us. Typically, our focus is on the life-saving emergency response, lights and sirens type operation. And for this one, really the biggest part of the response has been the social services aspects of it and meeting the needs of the community during what's been a really difficult time for a lot of our community members. So I'm happy to report that after an initial surge in demand on our social services groups and our nonprofits, they're starting to see a decrease. However, we know that their important work will continue as the economic impact of COVID-19 continues to affect the community. Also, we have a public safety branch, which has been planning and preparing for the emergency response operations to become taxed and overwhelmed. Fortunately, we have not come close to seeing that yet, but we do worry about a worst case scenario. Our EOC operations section is supported by a planning section that's developing our instant action plans and gathering and disseminating information, and also a logistics section, which provides equipment and supplies to support the response. So far, our EOC logistics section has processed 563 requests from 20 local government agencies, that includes our first responders, 15 nonprofits and organizations working and supporting the response, and 80 healthcare facilities. Working in collaboration with our partners at the state, our logistics section has filled requests for nearly 48,000 N95 masks, 164,000 pairs of gloves, and over 340,000 surgical masks. I'd like to talk a little bit about our budget. We're requesting a total operating budget of $723,490. We receive $150,000 of our towards our operating budget from the Federal Emergency Management Performance Grant Program, and the remainder of our budget is split equally between the city and county. We have 2 new requests in the upcoming budget. Our operating budget requests includes funding for a deputy director position. This is something that we've been talking to David and city leadership about for several years. To give you some history and some context, in the past, emergency management had a full-time staff of 4 employees, which did include a deputy director, until some downsizing efforts about 20 years ago, when the position became vacant. The funding was eliminated, and we lost that position, went from a staff of 4 to 3. As you consider our staff size, it can be helpful to compare us to our peers. Compared to the rest of the state, on a per capita basis, we have the smallest emergency management staff out of all of Tennessee's 95 counties. We're asking for a deputy position to help with some of our core capabilities and essential functions. Some of the key areas where we'd like to have some help from a new staff member is in updating existing emergency plans and developing new ones. We'd like to increase training opportunities for emergency responders and other supporting agency partners, and also increase public outreach and education. We've really had to cut back a lot in recent years on training opportunities and public outreach, just due to capacity constraints and meeting other mandates and requirements. We're also requesting about $1.4 million in capital funding for the modernization of our mobile command post truck. Again, that cost would be split between the city and county. Our mobile command post is a large truck that responds to the scene of major emergencies. The one we've got will be turning 15 years old in the upcoming fiscal year. And the maintenance and repair issues have started to pile up faster than we can get them addressed. Our current mobile command post was purchased with Homeland Security grant funds. This was in the years after September 11th, when there was quite a bit of funding available. Homeland Security funding is now a fraction of what it used to be, and most of it's allocated to training. So unfortunately, there's not grant funding available for the replacement. The mobile command post is frequently used by KPD, KFD, and other response agencies. Some examples of incidents that it's responded to include last year's recycling center fire, the large mulch fire we had in 2012, the McClung warehouse fire. It's been to several large hazardous materials incidents. It's responded to a school shooting and several law enforcement standoff situations. In addition to emergencies, it also gets used as the public safety command post frequently for large planned events. Things including the city's 4th of July festival, Rossini Festival, Knoxville Marathon, Pride Fest, UT football games, and lots of other large community events. I appreciate your consideration of our budget requests, and what questions can I answer for you?
Hi, Colin. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of that mobile command unit, what does it look like?
Great question. I'd love to give you a tour sometime. It's here at the 9 building. It's a 911 building. It's a very large truck. To call it an office on wheels would be true, but that really doesn't do it justice. It brings a tremendous communications capability. The idea is that during a major disaster, we can bring this in, and it would serve as the hub and the central point of coordination for the incident commander to manage operations from. It's set up so that even in a worst case scenario, if electricity is out, if phone lines are down, cell towers are down, even radio systems are down, brings a tremendous communications capability where we can reestablish communications, set up our own radio network, and it carries public safety communications capabilities across all bands, so we could work with other outside agencies who would use radios that are not compatible with our own. So it brings a tremendous communications and interoperability and lots of incident management tools to put at the disposal of the incident commander. Does that answer your question?
It does, a big bus. Yeah, I think I've seen it back there.
Yes, ma'am.
Has a big tower like antenna coming out of it.
It does. It's a very big truck. It has two slide out sections, kind of like an RV, and on the back it has two pneumatic masts where we can put some antennas about 50 feet in the air. And like I said, when it's possible to get together again, I'd love to give you a tour.
Great. In some cities, they have used some of their technology when there have been large public demonstrations to block cell phone signals. Would this mobile command center have the ability to do that?
That is not a capability we have. If that exists, we as an agency don't have that. Our truck doesn't have that. I'm not aware there. I'm not aware of that being something that can be done in our community, but I can't speak for every other agency.
Oh, I appreciate that. And then finally, the database of those with COVID-19 that has created a lot of concern in our community and who has access to that. That is not something that your office has access to, is it?
No, ma'am, we don't have access to that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Good morning. This is Janet Testerman.
Morning, ma'am.
Thank you for that. You mentioned that some of the goals and as far as funding for training and public outreach, can you elaborate a little bit about that, about what that looks like, what type of training and outreach that you all ideally would like to do and expand on?
Sure. Our local emergency response agencies and other supporting organizations rely on us, particularly for incident command, incident management training. That's an area where we've got a lot of expertise, and our staff is certified as instructors for that. And so, frankly, we used to teach quite a few of those courses a year, and we've had to really cut back. I think we maybe did one last year of the typical incident command courses. So I think I'd like to be able to do more to meet the needs of our emergency responders. We provide incident command, incident management, and hazardous materials training. That's our main focus. Of course, many emergency response agencies, they're the experts on their disciplines, but those kind of cut across that, and we're happy to support that. We also would like to do more community outreach, attending community events. There's some, I think, relatively simple things that doing some public education outreach, some simple things that community members can do to make our community more resilient and to be personally prepared for an emergency disaster. And we try to spread the word about that. We used to have a program, it was called Community Emergency Response Team Training. It was a really popular program. It's a federal program that we offered here. And it's a course that basically trains people how to take care of themselves, their household, and their neighbors during a major emergency or disaster. And unfortunately, we've had to, a couple years ago, we had to put that on hold just because we couldn't, with some of our other obligations and mandates, things that we had to do, we just couldn't make the time for that anymore. And I think everyone that was training that was offered to the general public, I think we got rave reviews. I think everyone that went through the training really, really enjoyed it and really appreciated the information. That's really something that we'd like to be able to start up again.
Thank you for that. One more question. So you say that of our 95 counties, that Knoxville is the smallest emergency management agency, which
on a per capita basis, yes, ma'am. Usually that's looked at at the county level. So yes, compared to our population, we do have the smallest, yes.
okay. I'm just curious, do we, what kind of communication exists between, either regionally or neighboring counties, and are we able to pull any resources from other emergency management agencies from our surrounding counties?
We do have a great working relationship with our partners in other jurisdictions. We know them personally. We also, all of us are state emergency management hosts quarterly meetings of all the states divided up into 3 regions. So we meet together quarterly with our local state emergency management office, plus all of our local emergency management staff members. So there's certainly a great deal of collaboration. We would certainly be, we have and would be willing to help them during disaster, and we would expect the same of them to help us. To give you an example, Judy and I, when the big fires happened in Gatlinburg a few years ago, Judy and I and our mobile command post truck spent a week there assisting them in the response there and coordinating that. And of course, they were grateful for the help. And of course, we would hope that they would come to our aid the same way during disaster. Unfortunately, that's not something that helps with our day-to-day preparedness work. They've got their own local concerns, and it really falls to us to coordinate the the planning, training, preparedness efforts to be ready. But we know we've got some partners we can count on during a response. I will say this pandemic is a little bit unique. Generally speaking, big picture in terms of emergency management, kind of the grand scheme is that the unaffected jurisdictions would come to the aid of the affected jurisdictions through mutual aid. They would send emergency responders, perhaps emergency management staff members to assist. And when we have something big and widespread like this pandemic, we're really not going to get any help from other jurisdictions because they've got their own problems to deal with. So this particular event has been a little bit unique, but in general, for a major emergency or disaster just affecting Knoxville, we would expect to get support in the response from our other local counterparts.
Gotcha. Thank you very much for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Director, how long is the training that you just mentioned that you put on pause but had rave reviews?
Sure. The Community Emergency Response Team Training Program, typically that consists of about 7 or 8 relatively brief sessions. So when we've offered that to the public in the past, we've typically done about 7 evening sessions that last maybe about two hours or so each. And then we'll have like one weekend day where we put on kind of a big practice emergency exercise for them. So it's typically about 8 weeks, one day a week for about 2, maybe 2.5 hours each session.
Although it's been paused for broader scale, if a neighborhood particularly wanted to be extremely prepared and go through that, is that available for a small group?
We have done that. We've done it several ways. We've opened it up to any member of the community that wants to take it. We really love doing that for like neighborhood or community groups that are all kind of together in one place, because they would be together when there was a major emergency or disaster. So we love that model, and it's something that we'd like to have frankly the staff time and the capacity to do again. We're just pulled in too many different ways and have other obligations to be able to do that right now.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sir.
Vice Mayor, I just wanted to, if I could, compliment Mr. Ickes and his team. They've been really incredible since the moment we first started dealing with this pandemic. But even before that, when we had some floodings, I got to see them in a more like normal emergency. But this pandemic, as he mentioned, has been unique and uniquely challenging. And KEMA has risen to the occasion in all kinds of ways. I'm particularly grateful for the coordination roles they've played on getting our social service groups up and running for food and seniors and children and homeless. That's been a great coordinating role. And the data analysis that you provide, is really helpful to decision makers too. Just understanding the trends. And whenever I need extra help understanding something, Colin's quick to respond, like instantaneously. So thank you, Mr. Ickes, and appreciate what you do. And you get a lot done now, and I'm glad that hopefully we can continue to support you in a budgetary and staff way as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate your support, and I just want to tell you how thankful I am for the support of the many city departments, emergency response agencies, and I can't say enough about our nonprofit and social services partners. They've really stepped up to the plate, and I've been really impressed with them. And they've seen a big increase in demand, as well as, frankly, a decrease in some of their funding and some fundraising opportunities. So they've really impressed me, and I'm very grateful for their collaboration and support to meet the needs of the community during a really difficult time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Do we have any other questions or comments? If not, Mr. Ickes, thank you very much for the work that you and your team do. We really appreciate you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
Okay. All right. So next we're going to go to operations. David, David Brace, Chief Deputy Operating Officer to the Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you now.
Okay, yeah, good morning, thank you. So from now, really until lunch, we will be presenting and discussing non-public safety operations. This is really the bedrock of city operations that make sure that we can provide the services to our residents, visitors, and businesses in Knoxville that obviously pay the taxes that support our community. It's interesting when you look at the total numbers. There's 1,566 budgeted full-time positions, and out of the non-public safety operations team, so over 608 employees, full-time employees, and a total budget, if you look at operating and capital, of $135 million. So again, non-public safety operations is a big machine that is really behind the scenes. Many of these folks, all of these folks are, I consider them unsung, humble career public servants. And I'm proud. I think my job is to make sure that they have the tools and the support they need to accomplish their various missions. So we're going to kick it over to Boyce. We'll start with finance, and then we'll move into employee benefits and risk, info systems, and then into public works. So Boyce, I'm going to kick it over to you.
Yes, sir. Boyce Evans, Deputy Director of the Finance Department. The mission of the Finance Department is essentially to manage all the financial responsibilities of the city, to include such things as property and business tax collection, purchasing, inventory control, payroll, accounting, budgeting, cash management, real estate management, investment management, and even mailroom operations. And our vision, if you will, is continued fiduciary excellence for taxpayer dollars. And that fiduciary term, essentially, if you put it in layman's speak, it's managing other people's money, in this case, the taxpayer, as if it were your own. We do this with 44 authorized positions, but we have Mr. Brace and Miss Peggy Bradley in that, so that really takes it to 42, if you will, hardcore financial positions. And we've got 4 vacancies, I believe, right now. We usually have about 2 or 3 at any one time. And our budget is broken down so that it's $4,639,000, $840, with 75% of that, just like almost any department, going to personnel, roughly 3.4 million. And then we've got maintenance and Knoxville Entrepreneurial Center and some other things we fund that come to about 1.16 million. And then we have supplies roughly at $44,000. That's kind of the breakdown of our budget. Our key initiatives for this upcoming fiscal year are, first one, as soon as the budget's done, then we start working with the auditors to prepare the comprehensive annual financial report. And obviously our goal there is to get an unqualified opinion. In other words, a clean audit, no deficiencies noted. Also, another initiative that we have this year is one that I mentioned the other day yesterday as we started off, is this year we've got to watch the budget closely. It's not going to be enough to wait till the mid-year report and that type of thing. We need to watch it and make amendments as needed as we go about. And the other big initiative that we got is something I've also mentioned as well, but it takes a long time to do, is successfully market that new debt between 62.5 million and 65 million for the best and lowest possible interest rate. And really that's kind of an overview of the finance department. Nothing particularly exciting there, but it's all things that we have to do to support the city and all the departments and the taxpayers that we serve. And I'm open to any questions that you may have at this time.
Hey, Boyce, Andrew Roberto here. Just wanted to, say thank you for all the time that you spend, I'm sure with all the council members, but I know you and I have had many conversations, and I really appreciate the deep dives we go on sometimes, and just wanted to say thank you for always being available in that way.
Yes, sir. Well, they also help me for things like this as well, so not a problem.
Boyce, I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm assuming shopping that debt around. I know rates for, a lot of things right now are lower. So when you do that, is that going to be to our advantage? I mean, there's a lot of things not to our advantage right now, but is that something because does it lock in the rate for the whole frame of the carrying the debt?
Well, I mean, it depends on
what
you went with. If you went with variable interest rates or fixed interest rates, obviously our goal is to just about always try to shoot for the fixed interest rate so that we know what our payments are going to be over the life of the amortization schedule. But yeah, right now is from someone who's issuing debt perspective, a good time to do so. Now, how it'll be in the fall when we go out for it, I don't know. If it's that U curve recovery that I mentioned, interest rates may be a little bit higher, but frankly, I'd just as soon have that and get some of our market-driven revenue sources coming in. But yes, right now is probably a good time to go to market for it.
We will, Councilwoman Ryder, we will utilize services of PFM to help us analyze how best to structure the debt and go to market. And I think, Boyce, that is an important tool when we take on significant debt like this.
Yeah, and that brings up a good point. We've already been talking to PFM about, hey, when we do go to market for this, are you seeing some areas, and they have, where we might be able to refinance some of our existing GO bonds and so forth at a lower interest rate. So yes, ma'am, we're looking at that.
Yeah, even if it goes up a little, it'll still be the cheapest it's been in forever.
Yep.
Right. I mean,
good time to borrow.
Silver lining? I don't know.
Well, we got to find one somewhere, right, Lauren?
Hey, Councilwoman Parker.
I have a question. So our finance department is our purchasing department.
Purchasing is one of the divisions within the finance department, ma'am. We have a budget and accounting division. We have a revenue division. We have a treasury division, and we have the purchasing division. We also have a real estate section.
Awesome. Could you share with me what the department is doing to address disparities in the city contracting process?
Well, one of the key things that we always try to do, that was one of the areas I was responsible for years, is a big one we found that really works is if you can unbundle contracts. In other words, if you got something where it's, I don't know, going to be a $6 million contract, and if you can break that down into smaller areas, then the small businesses, the frankly, minority and women-owned businesses, which are most of them just by the nature we've looked at are small. I think one time we looked at it, and I think 89% of our small businesses were minority-owned and women-owned. So by default, if you're getting to small businesses, you're getting to them. But when you unbundle those projects, it helps out. I'll give you a big example. We went out for around, I want to say $12-13 million for that big retrofit that we did to all of our street lights. And we were able to unbundle that in such a manner that we had two minority owned firms. If you took both of them together, end up getting like $4.6 million worth of that. So that unbundling really works. Now, it doesn't fit every project. Sometimes you need, I'll call it unity of command, unity of effort, if you will, and it's just not feasible to do that. But where you can find that, that's an excellent opportunity. The unfortunate thing, at least in my view of, as in the state of Tennessee, state law prohibits us from implementing what I'd call preferential bidding practices. In fact, we tried to do that probably 7 years ago, and right at the time we were on the 5-yard line with, in fact, getting council, your predecessors, to approve what we wanted to do. And then a good old state attorney general opinion came out, nothing to do with us, something up in Upper East Tennessee that said, oh, no, you can't do that. And I don't know, I almost cried based on the amount of work we'd done on it. But the biggest thing we do, unbundling is important. We do a whole lot of things. Frankly, I've got a lot of those ideas from Mr. Zimbabwe Matava over a period of years. I haven't spent, there's no how much time I've spent over him with over there on McCalla at his place, listening to him. And we've taken a lot of his suggestions and implement them. But one of the biggest ones is to tell small businesses, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses about the opportunities for them to compete that we have coming up well in advance, so that they know and are better postured than others to be ready to compete for those opportunities. Now, we have people, Pamela Cotham and Mr. Luis, that work on that on a full-time basis. That's near and dear to our hearts. Those are not just words. That's near and dear to my heart.
I think I appreciate that. I appreciate that update. I do know about the Attorney General opinion, which I do not agree with. And I think it's unfortunate that it was issued. We have a Supreme Court ruling that says if you have a disparity study that shows a long-held disparity like we've had, you can set those targets. And I think we as a city need to set those targets if we're ever going to address that disparity. And as we know, Supreme Court law trumps the state. So I would like for us to continue looking into what targets we can set each year to help us address those disparities. I would love for the law department to look into what we're able to do based on Supreme Court opinion. And I would like for us to make a commitment as a city to end those disparities.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Boyce?
David, before we move on, I do want to echo the concern shared by Councilmember Parker that there's been conversation and talks over the last maybe year or so regarding the disparity study. I know that Memphis, I think, in Nashville are actually engaging in one as we speak. And we had also talked about at one point, was there an opportunity for city and county to be able to look at, because I know that I think the last communication was that disparity study was close to $400,000, to see if there's a way that potentially we could get a disparity study done that could benefit both the city and county. And so I'd like for us to maybe have that as a takeaway for future discussion between the city and the county preliminarily, and if not the county engagement, for us to look at that as a focus moving forward as well.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you very much. Before the pandemic hit, Mr. Evans and I actually were being scheduled to go down to meet with Mara Sullivan, who's my counterpart in Chattanooga, and to discuss the study that they recently completed. So it's on our to-do list, and we will continue to move forward. I appreciate those comments.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think unless there's more questions for Boyce, our next speaker.
Mr. Brace?
Oh, yes, ma'am, sorry.
Sorry, I just had a question or more a comment. This is where it gets frustrating to spend $400,000 on a study when we know that there is disparity with the high levels of poverty here and the disparity in income, the inequality in income. I wish we could put that $400,000 on solving the problem rather than studying a problem we already know that exists. And I know we're not going to fix that on this phone call. I just wanted to express that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think part of our research in going to Chattanooga is to figure out if there's a way for us to take the takeaways, to utilize those takeaways from studies other communities have done to bring back to Knoxville, so that we could do exactly what you're saying, utilize those resources in a way that isn't just a study, but we want both. We want to take the best of those studies and take it back here to Knoxville and do what we can with it. So I hear you, and we'll appreciate that. All right, Christine Fitzgerald is up with employee benefits and risk management. I do want to just say that Christine is an absolutely incredible director and has done just fabulous work building trust with city employees and with making sure that our employees maximize their benefits. I think that as someone that has run large operating departments, oftentimes employees immediately go to their hourly rate, their salary, which is also very important. But benefits are also a huge part of the overall compensation package. And so making sure that employees understand and can maximize those benefits is something that Christine and her team do on a regular basis. You know, oftentimes employees don't even realize that they haven't signed up for a benefit that has real value. And so Christine and her team do that on a daily basis. I'm going to kick it over to Christine.
Thank you, David. Thanks, everybody. Good morning. So like David said, I'm over employee benefits and risk. And our mission really is to provide help to our employees. Employees don't necessarily know that they have a benefit if it's not communicated to them. So we really try to communicate and let everybody know that we're here to help. Benefits are complicated. I often forget that just because it's something that I do every day. So I don't really want people to know what their deductible is or, how does deductible and co-insurance work together, but just know that if they have a question that we're here to help them. So, and I really try to implement through our risk management side too. So just to talk about our department, I am over both risk and benefits. I have a benefits manager, Katie Tanner, and a risk manager, Kirk Ryden. And both of those employees are huge assets to me on a daily basis. For benefits, we are over all of our employee benefits. That's medical, prescription drugs, dental, our wellness program, our EAP, and our deferred compensation plan. And then for medical and prescription, we are self-insured for those two products. And we actually are running really well on our medical budget. We're at 9.8 million annualized, and we budgeted 10.7, so that's pretty impressive. Our prescription drugs, they are high, and part of that reason is because our cost show is very low. Employees, the most somebody would pay for a prescription drug would be like $80. And we talked about this a little bit, maybe during orientation, but one of our top utilized drugs is Humira. You probably see commercials for that. On average, that costs about $7,700 a prescription. And so if most somebody has to pay is $80, like our cost share is just very low. We don't want to change our cost share. We just want to try to figure out how to better utilize our vendors so that we're not paying so much for prescription drugs. And then under risk management, we are self-insured for our liability claims against the city, and we're self-insured and self-administered for our workers' compensation. In both aspects, we utilize our health and wellness center to help us both take care of our employees with acute illnesses, to do our police and fire physicals, and our workers' compensation, their front line of defense for work comp claims. The other thing that we do in risk management is we buy all of our insurance. So we buy our property insurance, we buy excess work comp, we bought a builder's risk policy for the construction project with the safety building, our sports accident policies, we buy those. We have storage tanks that we insure, we have a crime policy. And then periodically we're just asked to do certain things, like there's a couple parking lots that we need general liability for. So we buy insurance for that. So we really try to work with all the departments to make sure that we are not overinsured, but not really taking liability either. So in total for property and casualty, we buy about $1 million worth of insurance. We've got a couple goals coming up. We marketed a ton of lines of coverage on employee benefit side for a 1/1/2019 effective date. So we don't really have a lot coming up except for our FSA and HRA vendor. So that's currently with purchasing, and we're going to work with purchasing to find a vendor for 1/1/2020. For risk management, we have a couple of things that we're working on. With information systems, we are trying to implement a new risk management information system, which is how we track and how our adjusters use the system for our work comp and liability claims. And we're actually working on a web-based form so that it would make it easier for a citizen to fill out a claim with the city should they have some sort of damage, like trip on a sidewalk or hit a pothole. And then we're also working on our transfer of risk guides so that it's easier for citizens or vendors to do business with the city. So those are two of our big goals on the risk management side, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hey, very quickly, I want to add one thing that since this is in the benefits wheelhouse, and Mayor Kincannon mentioned this. I think this is, and Christine, correct me if I'm wrong, 6th or 7th year where we have held the employee healthcare costs constant. They have not gone up. The city has absorbed those costs. So is it the 6th year or 7th year?
6th.
Okay, 6th year. Thank you. Any questions for Christine? Ms. Fugit? I think you accidentally hit mute.
Oh,
Sorry.
how much did you absorb? Because that's amazing that you've absorbed the increase for 6 years.
So for the last 2 years, we've kept, I think it's actually 3 years, we've kept the employee and the employer rate the same.
Oh, okay.
So
that's amazing.
We've done a really good job. And I really accredit the center, like ensuring that people know their numbers is just huge. We have very high participation in our wellness program, and where we might not have participation in our wellness program with a uniformed body, they're still knowing their numbers because they have to go to the center every year for their annual physical. And I just feel like that's a huge, if we can, even if somebody doesn't want to make a change today, if we can constantly show them where they are with their numbers, it's just one more tool, one more way to help them and educate them.
Yeah, and
that's a great job.
I will, I don't have that sitting in front of me. We do have the 6 years. There have been costs that we've absorbed, and I can get that to you. So I've written that down.
I just think that would be something to tout to employees. I mean, that's a huge thing compared to the private sector.
Yeah, and our wellness program, we have a robust, I mean, aggressive might not be the right, we want employees healthy and well, and we want to provide the resources to them where they can maximize their own personal health. And that is in Christine's shop, and having that center and the contractor is a big part of that, to say, come down, get diagnosed, get your medications. We want to help you be healthy. If you have a chronic disease, we want to help you, minimize the impacts of that disease. And so that is a big part of benefits.
Thanks, David. The center is a huge asset for us. It's staffed with Dr. Tessier, who's a DO, which I really appreciate his background. And we have an adult nurse practitioner, family nurse practitioner that works there as well. And they'll see children down to age 2. So it's a really good benefit for our employees that are covered under our insurance plan to go to the center for a $10 copayment, which is unheard of, I think, in today's world.
All right, any other questions for Christine?
Thank you.
Great. All right, Mark Parker, we're going to jump into info systems. I think you all know that Mayor Kincannon officially appointed Mark into the Chief Technology Officer role. And so Mark did a fabulous job during the interim time that he was in that position, and during COVID. Within about a week, we had over 200 and some odd employees working remotely. And Mark has just done an outstanding job. So I'm going to kick it down to Mark. He can review info systems, and we can ask him questions.
David, I appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. I wanted to just start out and give you our mission statement. So the IT department collaborates with city departments, residents, businesses to research, budget, implement, and maintain technology-based solutions while ensuring data security, efficiency, integration, and accessibility. So as David mentioned, I'm the Chief Technology Officer for the city. I have 2 managers. I have an enterprise manager, that's Jeff Bogdan, and he controls the help desk staff and all the infrastructure, the networks, the servers, things like that. Then I have an application services manager, which I actually used to be, and I'm looking to fill that position. But the application services manager basically manages all the applications for the city, of which we have over 50 applications for numerous departments. Currently, my staff is 24 people. My budgeted staff is 29 people, so we are looking for a couple additional staff. The current operating budget is $4.6 million. That's constant with what it was last year. So where does the money go in that? As most city departments, about 3/4 of our money goes to pay for our employees. The additional money goes to pay for software maintenance. As I mentioned, we have numerous specialized software for our departments. We have major systems, PeopleSoft for our HR, payroll, and benefits, time software. We have Oracle eBusiness Suite for our financial software. We have Acela for our work order management and our 311 system. Our major initiatives for next year, we have to replace a lot of our servers. Our servers have aged out. They're at about 4 to 5 years, so we're working on those. We're working on upgrading our network. We're trying to go from a 1 gig network to a 10 gig network. That's caused us a few bumps in the road, but we're working through those, and hopefully by this weekend, we'll be on our 10 gig network. One of our major applications projects that we're working on is getting our permitting system off of a legacy system and getting it onto the Acela platform, which will allow which will allow contractors to do permitting online, get certificates of occupancy online, and pay for all their stuff online as well. Another initiative is the 311 app for the public. We've always had a 311 call center, but now we are trying to push that out to an app base where if you see a pothole as a resident, you can just click on the app, take a picture of it, and it will upload that to 311, and 311 will be able to turn that into a work order and get that resolved. One of the key things that we have to be cognizant of is cybersecurity. I'm working on really enhancing our cybersecurity procedures. As you guys know, that there's tons of bad actors out there that are trying to access the city with ransomware, things like that. You know, I gave a little presentation to you guys probably 3 or 4 months ago, just showing you some of our crazy diverse attacks that we get from all over the world. So we are diligently working on that, diligently trying to stay ahead of all the bad actors that are out there. That is basically what we are doing, our major initiatives, and I'll open it up to questions.
So Mark, those servers that are getting replaced, you said some of them are, did I hear you correctly? They're like 15 years old, or did you say?
I said 4 to 5 years old. So basically
okay.
we have an equipment replacement schedule that's every 4 to 5 years. So, you know, we determine if we want to host it current, you know, in-house, or we want to go to the cloud with it. So we always look at that each time. And if it's cost effective, we'll put it to the cloud. But unfortunately, what we're finding is a lot of the cloud services are 2 to 3 times as expensive as, you know, hosting it ourselves. So, you know, we constantly look at efficiency and things like that.
Okay.
Director, is the 311 app funded in your budget?
The 311 app is actually funded from the capital request from our Acela system that we actually had from 3 years ago. We had money left over in that. So we are choosing to enhance our current system with the money left over from a capital project from 3 years ago.
Okay, so there's no incremental cost of the 311 app in this year's budget?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
All right. I know we're a little behind schedule. Any other questions? Okay, well, we're going to jump into our next. Thank you very much, Mark. Jump into plans review and inspection. Peter Ahrens, and you're up.
Good morning. I'm sorry it shows me as Stephen King. I'm next to him. He's on the other side of the wall. So thank you for allowing me to be here. I want to introduce my team. If I could switch this. I've got Brian Berry and Christy Tunstall in my office. They're here to provide some support. So our department has 40 staff. 10 of them are associated with neighborhood codes, and they're funded out of the general budget. The other 30 are associated with plans review and inspections, and that's a separate budget that is different from the general budget. Our mission is to facilitate development while promoting our new development services counter. We're doing that through customer service, and we're really trying to provide consistent, thorough, and timely responses to customers. And as far as turnaround times, we shoot for a 10-day maximum turnaround for initial applications, and any revisions that come in would be a maximum of 5 days. And we're really, prior to the COVID-19 outbreak, we were well within those numbers and really trying to knock those down even more. Another mission is just to provide seamless coordination with other departments. We work closely with engineering here in development services. We work with redevelopment, community development, the fire department, public service. So we try and really collaborate with each of the other departments. Our budget is pretty straightforward and simple. On the operations side, there's no increase other than the 2.5% for staff. We're currently running under budget, and we're running in the black this year. So I'm really proud of our team for working hard as they do. Really proud of Christy Tunstall as she searches out for minority-owned, women-owned, and small businesses. And we actually just got our numbers, the mid-year review, and it says that the minority-owned businesses, we've spent 7.65% of our budget towards minority-owned, 43% towards women-owned, and 64% of our available budget towards small business. So that's exciting for us. I know it's been a goal of our administrations, and that's something that we take seriously, and we really search out for those DBEs. You'll see in the budget, we are requesting an additional 140,000 in the capital, and that goes hand in hand with the upgraded software platform that Mark Parker was describing. We need to upgrade our computer system. As you know, everything is becoming more and more virtual, more digital. So we really need to have the hardware to support those software upgrades. Key initiatives are moving towards a more customer-centric permitting and inspections process. We talked a little bit about that new software platform. It's going to increase online options and streamline processes. And lastly, we're just going to really continue to collaborate with engineering here to strengthen development services and help promote development in our city. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions for Peter? Inspections? All right, Mr. Roberto.
Thank you, David. Director Aaron's just wanted to say, thank you for, the conversations we've had, oftentimes trying to understand how, making some changes in an ordinance can affect things. It's really helpful to hear from you and your team. So I just wanted to thank you for all those conversations. And I'm sure you've had those with a lot of our members. And then just finally, in the many times that we've had these, you've continued to talk about providing customer service and having that goal with your department, and I'm fully supportive of that, and just appreciate you continuing to have that focus. I think it's the right approach. So just a moment to say thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Parker.
It was along the same lines, but I'm curious about that customer service approach. Who do you define as your customers?
I would define anyone who comes seeking information or permits. On the neighborhood code side, I would say our customers are the residents that we interact with. I would say anybody that we engage would be considered a customer of ours, and we need to really respect them and help them achieve the goals that they're searching for, or help educate them to what the regulations are.
Would you say that on the permitting side, you feel like your job is to help the person seeking the permit, or is your job also to take into consideration impacts on the neighborhood and residents?
So I think that the zoning code is established to protect the neighborhoods and the residents. And so I think my job is to, as we administer that zoning code, make sure that we're doing it equitably, fairly, and accurately. And so I don't think that I'm in the business of picking winners and losers. I think that I'm in the business of helping people understand what the zoning code requires. And if their project falls in line with what the zoning code says, then I'm all for it. I'll help them. I see it as my job to help that development.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Ms. Ryder? Or Ms. Testerman, either?
She can go ahead.
Okay.
Oh,
Go ahead.
did I raise my hand?
I saw you were unmuted. I'm sorry.
I am unmuted.
All right.
So Mr. Aaron's, the additional increase for recode staffing, how do you anticipate that working? Is that, tell me what you anticipate. What's the plan for that staff? Is that?
I think that was already added to our budget. last year. It's our,
Okay, it's just listed here as an increased new, so,
It was a
That was
mid-year
Brian Day.
increase.
okay,
that was
Yeah,
Brian.
let me say this. I know that Mayor Kincannon, you know, one of the things that she heard while she was running for office was that the regulations that we have in place and how those are applied, that there is some confusion when folks want to come and invest in our community. That could be everyone from someone wanting to modify or build a single family home to very large commercial industrial projects. And so I think Peter Ahrens, you're going to meet Harold Keenan here shortly, Steve King, the acting engineering director, and then Gerald Green and Amy Brooks with Knox Planning. There is a push now to look at our current systems and figure out how do we regulate in a way that also promotes development and that the rules are clear, they're interpreted in a way that is clear for the market. And so that is an important part of what we will be working on. Again, if it wasn't for the pandemic, we would be doing it right now, but over the next few months as we can start to convene stakeholders to look at that process. And I know I've had those discussions with you, Councilwoman Ryder, on more than one occasion, so.
okay. Just a thought or an idea. Sorry, I'll be done in just a moment. Councilwoman Testerman. Mr. Ahrens, I haven't discussed this with you in the past. I don't know where you went. I can't find you on my screen. Sorry. Oh, there you go. The squares keep moving around. So I know one of the things I get as a common question from constituents is, does something have a permit? What are they doing there? That type of stuff. And I know Nashville has it where you can look it up online. And I know if I have the permit number, I know how to look it up. But if I don't, which if they don't have something displayed or whatever, I can't. So I have to email your staff or call and ask for that information. I feel like that ties up staff time. So I didn't know I think that's a long haul thing. Obviously you're doing a change of a computer system, but I didn't know if that was going to be a capability in the future.
I would expect it would be. That's something that we really want to, we want to make all of our data available. There's really nothing to hide, and it's not like.
Right. It costs money to put it out there.
Right. I think we're looking at a platform that will facilitate getting that information more available and more accessible.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So Director Ahrens, I just wanted to, I know in our past conversations, we've talked about, can you reiterate what you said when you first started about the 5 and 10 day turnaround time? Because I know we've talked about you're really working to make the process more user friendly, and would also in tandem would like to, is some of the software, some of the upgraded software, how much do you see the process? And granted, I haven't applied for a permit or gone through that process in many, many years, but becoming more digital, and what is that starting to look like moving forward?
Yeah, we definitely are. Right now, everything is digital. And so moving forward, you know, Mark Parker can attest, with this new platform, we want it to function a lot like TurboTax, whereas everybody does their taxes every year. Nobody knows the tax code, but when you go through one of those programs, they walk you through step by step and help you understand what information you need to be able to access and provide. And that's really what we're trying to develop here, is a much more user-friendly system, so that you don't have to be an architect who's been working with the city for years to understand what's required, so that you can start going through that series of questions as you make an application. And the questions just lead you to the next step and the next step, and really just make it easier for anybody to gain access to the permitting process. The 5 and 10 day turnaround goals, time is money for folks that are trying to build and work. And so I I want those to be the longest. I think before COVID, we were averaging 6-point-something days to get answers back to our customers. And so right now, those are the goals. If you've got a brand new project, you get answers within 10 business days. If you get turned down, if something needs to be revised and you submit revised plans back to us, we want to have an answer back to you within a week. And so, again, that goes back to providing timely, thorough, and consistent answers. I think
Great, thank you. Okay.
know the rules. As long as everybody understands what the rules are, they know how to play and they know how to navigate. So.
Well, I commend you on really streamlining that process. So thank you for that.
I have one quick follow-up question. Recently we had an issue on council agenda about a permit needed for paving a driveway. And I wasn't aware that was something that needed to receive a permit. I was wondering, and this is kind of a question for you, kind of just on the topic, but do we have a policy in place? Do we regarding projects that are, lower cost? Like if someone were to go get a mixture of concrete and do the job themselves for $100, is that still needing a permit? Do we have any distinctions in place like that?
Sure.
Peter, I think that the specific driveway was not necessarily about the material, but where that driveway enters the roadway. That's a really important thing that from a safety standpoint, engineering and Peter's team, we want to make sure where people enter that roadway is safe. And so I'll kick it back over to Peter, but that was an important factor in that discussion.
Yeah. And if somebody has, the reason that came to you and to the council as a whole is because it was establishing and legalizing a new driveway. If you have an existing driveway, you can maintain that all day long without a permit. It's just that this one was never permitted. And as you saw, it didn't meet the zoning code regulations. And there was some concern about safety. And so that's why it went to you. Not that they were just repairing an existing driveway, but they were establishing a new one.
Because it wasn't previously permitted. So those little, I think we need the tools that you've described. Those nuances will need to be a part of that tool so people understand. Because if the driveway's always been there, I think most people will assume it's allowed, even though it wasn't originally permitted. So just a thought.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's important for some of those more nuanced to go to council for a decision because, Peter is in a position where we really need, when I say Peter and those inspectors, when you get into that nuance, you're making a subjective decision. And so I think having that go to council, it was not within the bell curve, and the decision made by council legalized what otherwise was a very nuanced situation. So oftentimes Peter is in a difficult position. And so I think that's a good example of it. It went to the elected officials and you made the call on it. So.
Thanks for clarification.
So I have a question. Peter, I wanted to ask, you guys ever do any customer surveys to just get some feedback from people who utilize your services?
Presently, no, but that's something that I want to move towards. I've been with the city for 6 years and we've done a lot. We've done a lot to change the environment in which we're working.
Let me jump in on that. I've talked with both Peter and Mr. Cannon and Mr. King and said, one of the things that I want, and I think will come out of our dialogue with the stakeholder group that Peter and Harold and Steve will be pulling together, is a way for people that interact with us to provide feedback. That could be as simple as every 20th person that pulls a permit gets a call from 311, and we do a simple phone interview. To once a year, we send out, have a company do surveys of people that pull permits. So we don't have that now other than anecdotal, and we need a formal way for people to tell us how we're doing. And so I've asked for that. I think Peter and Mr. Cannon and Mr. King all know that that is something I would like to see happen over the next 12 months. So really good point, and we're going to work to make that happen.
Yeah, please keep me posted on that, David. I think that it's critically important for us to get feedback from the people that we're serving, because that feedback helps us know, what they might feel is an opportunity that we may not necessarily realize as well. So please keep me posted on that, and I'll work with you guys together on that as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, other questions for Peter? All right. Hey, very quickly, I was asked about healthcare costs that the city had absorbed, and I did find the spreadsheet very quickly that Mr. York had pulled together about 12 months ago. And again, this was over a 6-year window, but the city had absorbed, those costs had gone up $2.23 million that did not get passed along to employees. So I did want to get back to you on that. All right, our next department is the engineering department, and we have Steve King, who's our acting director. I've also asked Mr. Harold Cannon. I think most of you saw that on May 5th, Mayor Kincannon announced that she was appointing Harold Cannon as the director of engineering, and that Harold will be beginning in June. I think many of you know Harold. He and his wife Angie have had a business, a woman-owned business in Knoxville for 24 years. And I think Harold is respected not only in the building, but outside the building for his professionalism. And he knows the task before him. He's got a great department that Jim led. And I'm going to let Harold introduce himself and then turn it over to Steve King.
Thank you, David. I'll be brief. It is great to see you. I am learning that I should have had a blue blazer on today, so know that that will happen from now on. Looking forward to the opportunity to serving the city, serving your constituents. And I don't say that lightly. This is a privilege that was unexpected. The question on reaching out to the development community, we've already been meeting. Steve and I have been meeting along with the chiefs of how can we make that happen. We're going to implement some things to help facilitate the permitting process, but also have, as best we can in this season, face-to-face interaction so that they can look us in the eye and ask us questions and give us advice, because a lot of good ideas will come from them. What engineering does, quite frankly, is I believe that it has the greatest opportunity to helping the Knoxville economy recover of any other group in this city. We oversee what we do, whether it's directly or indirectly, creates construction jobs and creates tax revenue. And with those jobs, it means people can take their family out to eat. And that's one of the critical things, at least from my perspective, that I'm taking to heart and our department is taking to heart. So I look forward to being with you. Today, I am Elmer Fudd. I don't know much about what you're going to be talking about, but you're in great hands with Steve today, and I'll pass it on to Steve if nobody has any questions.
Thank you, Harold. All right, Steve, our acting engineering director, we're ready.
Okay, thank you, David. First of all, I'd like to thank David and the mayor for giving me the opportunity to fill in the interim here after Jim left, and I appreciate that opportunity. I would like you all to know that I'm really proud of the engineering department. I've been an employee in the engineering department for 42 years, 3 of those years as a staff engineer, and the rest of that time in some degree of management. I've been a division chief, I've been deputy director, and I've been a director. So I have a varied experience, and am really excited to have Harold on the team. I've known him for years, and really look forward to working with him. Got a few slides that I'm going to go through, but let me tell you that I think that the mission of the engineering department is to provide professional engineering and surveying services to our community. We do that with 3 divisions. You've just met Harold Cannon, who's going to be here officially June the 1st to take over. I'm the deputy director. Tom Claybo runs our civil engineering division. Chris Howley runs our planning and stormwater division, and Jeff Branham runs our traffic division. On the next slide, you'll see it's going to be pretty small, but you can see our organizational chart that shows that division of responsibility. And just in general, the civil division pretty much designs every public works kind of project that the city funds. We design it and we inspect the construction. In the stormwater and planning section, that division is involved with engineering related permitting, managing our stormwater permit, which is required of the federal government, and maintains all our records, investigates flooding complaints and so forth. In our traffic section, ran by Jeff Branham, we maintain all of our signal system, our sign and marking, and our parking system, our on-street parking system. We've got a lot of projects going on in each section. And on the next slide, just in summary of our department, we have 92 employees with a proposed operating budget of over $7 million. We manage 56 city-funded capital projects with a value of around $43 million. And we manage 26 federally funded projects, most of those through TDOT, with a value of around $160 million. So we have a really good team of employees who do that. And like I said, I'm very proud of them, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Hi, Steve. Tommy here.
Hey, Tommy.
I have a question about just in general, how the city prioritizes stormwater issues. I know we have a capital expense for emergency repairs, but just talk through how, I think there's $3.4 million in the budget for stormwater. How do you all prioritize those issues in the city? I'm sure everybody here probably knows somebody with a stormwater issue of some sort, but how do you all prioritize those proactively?
We get a lot of concerns from our citizens, and we analyze each complaint we get, and sometimes those result in a request for a capital project to solve the problem. Some situations where the flooding is so bad, we've actually proposed buying some structures. There's a dilapidated pipe program that we have where we have a lot of storm sewers that are out there that are in very bad condition. And as we uncover those, sometimes it's through our pipe camera, through a flooding complaint, or we use that funding to replace that system. It could be excavated and replaced, or it could be lined through a more non-intrusive process.
Okay. So a lot of the, yeah, I guess what I was thinking is that those are are kind of reactive. We've got a problem, put it on the list, compare it to others. Are there preventative or proactive measure priorities for the city, a list of?
Let me jump in, Councilman Smith. I think you're highlighting something that we discussed during the mayor's budget retreat. And that we are, we as a community and as a city, and I think city council and Mayor Kincannon, we have a failing stormwater system. It's in very bad condition. And so what we're doing right now is incredibly reactive. There are ways to be more preventative, but we will need to figure out a way to find resources because our system, and Steve can attest to this, is in very poor condition. And so I think over the next couple of years, we will be exploring ways to address that concern. But you are highlighting something that Mr. King, I believe Mr. Cannon would both agree that what we do now is a bit of a Band-Aid and very reactive.
Okay.
We would like to have an inventory of all our storm systems, and we have the ability to do that with our pipe camera, but that would take our staff quite some time. So as David said, that's something that we want to look at in the future.
Okay.
Yeah, for us to be a resilient community as we see changes in climate, we are going to have to address our stormwater system. I think the insurance and business community is going to demand it. Communities that have that are attractive to business growth have resilient plans. We have to be able to address flooding in that system, and so that's a top priority for Mr. Cannon and Mr. King and that team, is to start to understand what the options are for us to tackle that problem.
Okay. All right. Thank you all.
I have a question about the sidewalk safety program. Do you have a list of which broken sidewalks would be replaced through this budget allotment?
Yes, that has been primarily a complaint-driven process, but we rate the sidewalks and put together a program to contract out the work for the most part.
I bring it up because there is a unfinished sidewalk that residents have brought to my attention on MLK between Fern Street and Castle, and questions about whether that's going to be a priority in the upcoming year.
Is that a new section or a damaged section?
It would be a new section.
Yeah, so let's talk about new. So sidewalks, I think when we hear from our residents and visitors, sidewalks and greenways are probably the top requests that we get, and that's very expensive infrastructure. And so we have completed a sidewalk study. Mr. King has a draft of that study that will help guide sidewalk infrastructure decisions really over the next, I'm going to look at Mr. King and Mr. Cannon, the next 2 to 3 decades, depending on how we can allocate capital dollars to complete new sidewalk construction. So I think, Steve, we can look at that study and make sure that that section is in the study. I think we will be figuring out a way. We're going to need more resources to meet that demand. How do we build new sidewalks and greenways so that our communities are connected and people can get around by bicycle and by foot? And Steve, you got more on that?
I would just wanted to clarify that this particular CIP program is to repair existing sidewalks. New sidewalks require separate funding.
I read it as like broken links because there's sidewalks on each end, but that's a broken link. And I know that the carryover capital money has $500,000 for new sidewalks. But even within that money expected to be spent in the upcoming year, I guess we do not have a list of projects identified for that allotment.
That funding came from previous budgets, and I think those projects are already underway. I think those priorities were set previously. As we get new funding for sidewalks, which we would anticipate in the future based on the study that David referenced, then we'll consider those missing links like you're talking about, and that will be reflected in the inventory analysis that we'll be able to publish soon.
Yeah, I think I would anticipate us holding a workshop if council wanted that, council workshop, when we are ready to outline or describe and present the sidewalk study and the costs associated with that study and the priorities within that study. So I think there will be lots of dialogue and discussion about sidewalks over the coming months.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just would like to say that I think a workshop would really be helpful. You know, with the sidewalks, you've got tremendous demand and then less of an ability to satisfy all these. And so we really do need to look at an equitable way of putting them in various parts of the city that the public will think is fair. So, but that's a challenge. And also I wanted to mention on stormwater, I really appreciated the conversation that you and Mr. King led about stormwater, and being from a district that's seen its share of flooding, you know, you've got a real challenge, but I appreciate, you know, the attitude you're taking on it. And then in this era of more unpredictable weather, let's say, your job is even going to be worse. So keep up the good work, and it's something we'll continue to work together on. Thank you.
Just to follow up on some of the previous conversation that Councilperson Parker was having with you, Acting Director King, the budget for sidewalks, I think, is just under $1.2 million in this particular budget. But how much of that is for new sidewalk?
I don't think we added any additional new sidewalk in this budget. I think knowing that, I need to pull it up, Steve, confirm that, look, while I'm talking, as we moved into this budget and the COVID pandemic, we knew that we had several expensive existing projects underway that were being designed or built in various stages. We had a study that was soon to be released. Those factors all drove not adding a new sidewalk dollars in this year. It was finish what we've started, maintain what we've got for safety purposes, let the study come out, and then figure out how we want to fund sidewalks in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to make that clear because there's no money for a new sidewalk. We're talking about repairing the existing sidewalk and some curb cut programs and things like that.
That's correct.
Okay. And then the only other thing I was going to add is, you know, this department, just like others we've talked about, and this kind of goes to new director Cannon. You know, I have had numerous conversations with various different folks in the department, always responsive, always getting back. We're dealing with some complex issues on a lot of times. And so just appreciate that and the time that's given. And I'm sure that we'll all have that experience with Mr. Cannon going forward too. It's just wanted to take a moment to thank you, you know, Mr. King and everyone else over there. You know, these can be difficult projects and difficult things to understand, but you're always willing to offer time and explanation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to say really quickly, I think a lot of my questions have been asked. Mr. Brace, I think you just touched on a moment. One of the things I was going to ask was what capital projects maybe had been cut because of the austerity of the budget. And I think you just touched on and said sidewalks. So is there anything else maybe that's in a maintain, don't delve into new that got touched due to?
Yeah, we tried to, what we did, I'm looking at a spreadsheet here, there's a lot of red on it because we had to cut a lot of things from it.
Okay.
But we tried to maintain, again, core programs, paving, repairs, ADA curb cuts, stormwater emergency drain repairs. Those things pop up in the middle of the year. Our matching dollars, our traffic signal maintenance. So when you look at the work that engineering does, the core maintenance, safety and health, functioning streets. That's what we funded. So there are things that we, again, would have liked to have funded, but we could not. I'm trying to see if there's any that were completely cut out. So we talked about this yesterday. We did not add any dollars. There were existing dollars in the budget for citywide traffic calming. And we did not add new dollars to that, Councilwoman Ryder. Excuse me, we did not add dollars to, we keep a fund for matches to grants, and we had a balance, so we did not add dollars for that. Most of our other programs had some level of funding because it's, again, basic infrastructure.
Okay. And I'm looking at the same sheet that Mr. Brace is, because we all worked on it, and a lot of those, his guidance was, and we still have, to put some in some different colors, besides just red, don't move forward, green, do move forward. He had us put some in orange, which were, if our financial condition improves throughout the year, we want to go ahead and fund it. I mean, he was very clear to that, and that's what we've done.
Okay.
So we've got some on a UFR list, unfunded requirements list.
Okay. Well, I just want to say thank you, Mr. King. I appreciate being able to direct my questions to you in the interim. Mr. Cannon, welcome aboard. Thanks for joining us today. And you'll get to know us all well, because engineering is kind of a super core function in many of the constituent concerns that that we try to address and get follow-up on. So Mr. King and the other department or the other engineering heads there get to hear from me a lot. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Look forward to it.
I just wanted, if I could, oh, go ahead. I just want to say thanks to Mr. King and Mr. Cannon, both of you, for working together during this transition. And what Councilwoman Ryder said, I completely agree with. This engineering is core fundamental part of what the city does and how people interact with the city. So having it be working well is essential. So thank you both for being part of this budget process.
Thank you, Mayor.
Surely.
Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to ask about the Washington Pike improvements, because there's some significant money anticipated over the next 5 years. But I was a little confused about the along Washington Pike part. It doesn't seem like it's on the other side near Millertown Pike. So I was curious what to anticipate there.
Well, the current project that's in the transportation improvement program is Washington Pike from roughly in front of Target going east to the city limit. And that project is funded through TDOT, and is currently in the right-of-way phase. It's a pretty expensive project, and I think we'll be, along with David Brace and the mayor, evaluating our priorities for funding of several projects that are in that funding pipeline.
So the improvements do they have a purpose of helping to alleviate the traffic congestion in that area?
That's the point. Yeah, that's the point of the design.
Yes, in general, it 4 lanes Washington Pike from there in front of Target going east to the city limit. It'll be a 4-lane divided highway with a greenway, sidewalks, and bike lanes is the current proposal.
Wow. Okay. Well, I just have to reiterate this. I'm sure you all know it, but the bulk of the traffic is at that exit headed west on 640, where you dump out onto Millertown Pike. That's the area that's backing up all the way down to Murphy Road. That needs expansion. Or
yeah, well, I think that's the section Steve just talked about, all the way up to Murphy Road.
There's also a project that TDOT has to make some improvements on that off-ramp that you're referring to, Councilman Parker. And we still have a bottleneck there on Millertown Pike as you pass Kinsel with the former Knoxville Mall area. So there's a little bridge over First Creek. So that's another section that will need some improvement going into the future, and depending on what happens with redevelopment in that area also.
So that'll be a new set of money we'd have to go after or get TDOT to commit to.
Yes, probably since the early 80s, we've been working with TDOT to set priorities for improvements in that whole area. And I guess it's been maybe, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago, the priority was set to improve Washington Pike, but there's other needs in that area.
Yeah, Millertown's the priority. Well, thanks for the update.
Thank you.
I think Savannah, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to try and manage expectations a little bit and let council know that we are about 3 departments behind on schedule. So just to let you know, I'm not trying to rush anyone, of course. Everyone has real questions. But if for some reason we end up having to push a department or something, we legally still have to have the public hearings at 2 p.m. So just to let everyone be aware of that.
Thanks for that clarification, Savannah. What we'll probably end up doing, council, is cutting lunch short, but let's see how far we can get. Thank
All
you.
right, other questions for engineering before we get into fleet? All right, wonderful. Steve, Harold, thank you very much, and your team, Tom, Chris Halley, and Jeff Branham. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, we've got Keith Shields and Jeff Johnston with, and I think, is Nick on here? I don't see Nick, but I'm assuming Nick is on here. Fleet, you're up.
Yes, sir. Hey, good morning. It's Keith Shields. I'm the Director of Fleet Services. I do have the leadership team on here with me to include Nick Bradshaw, our Deputy Director, Kerry Collins, our Fleet Coordinator, Jeff Johnson, our Vehicle Shop Manager, and Joe Holloway, our Admin Tech. The mission of the Fleet Services Department is to maintain, acquire, and dispose of vehicles and special equipment needed for our internal customers. The impound facility is tasked with safeguarding, accurately processing, and releasing vehicles to the public as required. They also assist purchasing with the monthly auctions that we are now doing online. The Fleet Services budget for this coming year is $9,460,860, and the abandoned vehicle budget, which is a separate organ, is $876.30. There are 55 total team members in Fleet Services, 45 of which are in the shops and the admin, and 10 members are at the vehicle impound facility, and they do operate 24/7, 365. Our opportunity areas going forward are keeping up with technology and training for our technicians, and also to continue our apprentice program to develop the best possible pool of technicians for ourselves or other employers in the area. Our strengths include a very good team of ASE experienced technicians, a support staff, stability within our team, and experienced vehicle impound team members. We also have great relationships with our OEM vendors and warranty support from each. We will continue to research, demo, and transition to alternative fuel sources that make sense for the city, and always are looking to better our carbon footprint within the city. What questions do you have of Fleet Services?
Any questions for Fleet? All right. I do want to say thank you to Fleet. They've had some really innovative programs trying to bridge the barrier between people that are low to moderate income and they want to get into the profession. It's a good profession. Diesel and auto mechanic work is good work. And so how do we bridge that gap? They've done a good job with that. Mr. Thomas.
Yes, could you give us a general breakdown of the fleet as far as hybrid vehicles or electric vehicles?
Yes, sir. You may recall back in the fall, we did get an award for our propane mower fleet, the Green Leadership Award. So we are continuing to do our research on the propane vehicles. We also have about 15 to 20 hybrid vehicles. We have 2 Leafs and looking to increase the number of those this coming year. And also we have 1 CNG biofuel pickup truck in our fleet.
Excellent. Thank you. I'd like to see that trend continue, and it sounds like you're on it. So thank you.
Yes, sir. We are looking at compressed natural gas as a fuel also for some of our larger equipment. It's quiet. It has lots of benefits as far as maintenance and particulate filters and things of that nature. So KUB is a good role model out there. They have some dump trucks. We've had some crews ride with them and see how they perform, and they really like the performance. So that's something we want to look at going forward also, sir.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, David.
All right. Fleet appears to have helped us catch up. All righty. Thank you, Keith. If there's no other questions for Keith and the fleet team, I appreciate it. We're going to jump into Parks and Recreation, Miss Cheryl Ely, and I'm trying to see who else is on from her team. There's Aaron Browning, and I think I saw Joel. So we'll kick it over to Cheryl. Good morning. I guess still morning.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. I am here. I'm the director, Cheryl Ely, director of Parks and Recreation. Aaron Browning is the deputy director. We have also here Angie Davison. She is our administrative supervisor who handles a lot of our administrative staff and tasks. Nikki Crutcher is our recreation superintendent. She's on a call, and she runs most of our recreation centers. Joel Asher is our maintenance superintendent, and he handles some of the maintenance that kind of goes hand in hand with some of the things with public service. We have Nathan Neese, who handles our athletics. He's our athletic coordinator, so he handles all of our athletic programs. And then Tim Hester, and I think most of you all know him because he is our Parks and Greenways coordinator. So they're all here, and they're here in case there's any questions or anything. The biggest thing for us is our budget's about $7.8 million. We have about 54 employees. And just to let you all know what our mission is, and our mission is really simple. We want to make sure that people can have fun, that they enjoy their leisure time, and that we can help by promoting healthy lifestyles and character building activities. And so we try to do that as best we can. To just talk about some of the things that we've offered or that we're going for in our initiatives, is we're always working on our playgrounds. So our playground improvements, we still have some playgrounds that are 25 plus years old. And so we're working on those, plus some that have safety issues. So those are some of them. Also, if you hadn't been to Cal Johnson, and we'll be doing that soon, we just finished up the renovation for that recreation center. So we'll be trying to open that up very soon. And if you hadn't been by here at Tubman Park, we also have some bathrooms that are going in on that side of it. So those are our biggest things. I know we asked for and in the budget right now for Wi-Fi for computers and public computers for our rec centers. And we just want to make sure that we are providing a support service for more people in the community. So that will be a great benefit to us. And so that's really what we have and what we are. And I'll accept any questions.
I had a few questions about the Harriet Tubman Park renovations.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm curious what this budget includes for that park, and if it includes the upgrades to the tennis courts and leveling out that area, and how many improvements should we see in this budget?
That was actually last budget, and really it covered just the bathroom building that's happening in the park right now. I think that's the development that's happening. We also just did, we should be doing resurfacing of the tennis courts. So that should have started, if it hadn't started this week, it should start next week. So we will be resurfacing those courts at this point in time. There are some talks about doing some additional things at the tennis courts, but right now that is just a discussion.
Yeah, well, let me jump in, Ms. Parker, because I've met with both Vice Mayor McKenzie and Ms. Ely, and meet routinely with Zimbabwe, who has a very, involved relationship with Harriet Tubman Park, and he coaches tennis, teaches tennis there. So there's really 2 phases to Harriet Tubman, and what's funded, and what was previously funded at $450,000 is phase 1. I would anticipate Cheryl Ely and Parks and Rec submitting a phase 2 capital request for additional improvements at Harriet Tubman, especially as we see the developments at Austin Homes. Zimbabwe did have a request. There are two small mounds adjacent to tennis courts. He did ask that we look at those. And what I committed to him was that we would, in the next 12 months, through public service, we would look at grading down those, they're really spoil piles, grade those down and put in some type of concrete pad that's accessible at some type of shade covering, and then bleachers. We believe we can do that in-house between public service crews, construction crews, and some general maintenance dollars that we have. We already have some bleachers. So I made a commitment to him that we would do that, and that we would submit a phase 2 capital request. And Vice Mayor McKenzie has really been pushing that for the community, especially with the developments of Austin Homes. So that commitment has been made to her and to Zimbabwe, and we're excited to see the development of that park.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other parks? Ms. Ryder?
Just quick question, Miss Ely. So computers in the rec centers, is that something that IT would be the maintenance troubleshooting for that? Like they'd be your tech support for those, or would your folks there at the rec centers do frontline tech support and then you call it in?
You're saying if there's a system failure, or for helping someone?
So this is something that I do every day in my job at Felicity.
Okay.
We have campuses and we have, help desk support. And I know you guys have an infrastructure of help desk support and all that. So, that's just an element that I'm just wondering. So people will have to go out to the rec centers and troubleshoot the computers if it's beyond. I know they can do push out and take control of them. That's all. Because that's your additional funding in your budget, is to ask for those.
Yeah, it's to get the infrastructure in place so that there's Wi-Fi and some type of PC access for our residents. If we would anticipate the rec center leaders, I think, jumping in for minor things. If there's a bigger problem, then we have a centralized both facilities and info systems departments, divisions, and so they would handle that. It's a good question.
Okay.
We need to be thinking about it because everybody has problems. So.
It adds a layer on.
I'll put a note on that one. Thank you for that.
All right. Looks like Parks and Rec has helped a little bit on the catch up as well.
That's good job.
All right. Thank you very much, Cheryl and the team. It's good to see everybody.
Thank you.
We will now jump into public service and Chad Weth and his team. Here's Chad.
Yep, I'm here.
Chad and Rachel and Patience. All right.
All right. Thank you, Council, and I'll try to be brief. Hopefully as brief as the last two, but we'll see. My name is Chad Weth. I'm the Public Service Director. Been here about 11 years and really enjoy what I do. Brief overview of public service. We have third largest department, 292 employees, about a $35 million operating budget. We always say you hope you don't need police and fire, but everybody needs their trash collected, brush removed, streets repaired, things like that. Our mission is simply to provide services in a timely and cost-effective manner while maintaining respect, integrity, and accountability to our citizens and our visitors. That's kind of a slogan that we came up with about 7 years ago, and it's kind of stuck. So as David mentioned, with me on the call, we have Rachel Butzler, who is our Deputy Director of Public Service. Sherry Bennett is in the office with me, social distancing, of course. She is our admin tech, and she really does a great job paying all our bills, making sure our budget's in order. And we also have Patience Melnick, who is our waste and resource manager, who oversees kind of the transfer station and everything related to waste and recycling. Really proud of our staff, even especially over this pandemic. Just a few things that we've done recently. We come into work every day. We don't have a lot of people that can work from home. So much like police and fire, our crews have come in and performed their job without question and very admirably. Parks are mowed, brush is collected, transfer station has seen almost an increase of customers. We've also supported mobile meals and 911 center when they've had things that need to be moved during this pandemic. I think I sent an email the other day, but we also went and supported Chattanooga. That was great for our team to do. Had no problems finding volunteers. And in 9 days, our crews collected 1.8 million pounds of brush from a single neighborhood. So I know they do the same for us if we ever had an issue like that. So it was really glad that we could help out. Just a couple other things we've been doing and are continuing to do. Last year, we hired 38 new employees and promoted 39. We continued the good work of our Second Chance program with our Equity and Diversity Committee. Last year, we hired 9 Second Chance employees, 5 of which actually became full-time staff. So all total, we've had 27 participants in that program, 11 of which were hired, 7 of which are still with us. So those are great numbers. We hosted 708 meetings in our community room, which is crazy to think about. Collected 29,000 tons of yard waste, and also expanded curbside recycling to almost 50% of our city, which is great. That's something we continue to work on as people request it. We moved to a week of brush collection schedule. That's with this coronavirus and with everybody being at home has had its challenges, but I'm happy to say as of next week, we will be back on schedule. We continue to hone in on the efficiencies that are being gained by that. And we generated about $1.6 million in revenue. So I really thank you all for your support. We continue to have the same operating budget moving forward next year, but appreciate your support as we couldn't be successful without you. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
A couple of quick questions. I've had a couple of public service workers call with concerns about our new 4-zone system for servicing the city, and feeling like their workload has increased. Is there anything that we're doing to monitor that change and whether workloads are increasing?
Yeah, I mean, just on the surface, I would say that our service areas did get roughly 3 extra maps, but in also moving some of central, really the key was a couple of things, moving some employees out of downtown just so they can focus on downtown. Downtown used to expand into Old North and 4th and Gill. So while they added 3 maps, they also added more employees and 2 extra knuckle booms. So they went from having 10 maps and 3 knuckle booms to roughly 13 maps and 5 knuckle booms. So really, it takes some getting used to with any change, but they shouldn't have any more. They have more area to cover, but they should have got more staff to help out with that.
Yeah, if you continue to hear that, Ms. Parker, let us know. We obviously knew there were some inefficiencies in the system, but we would never want employees to feel like they were overworked in a way that was unsafe, but we do want to be efficient in what we do. So feel free to continue to pass those comments along as we tweak the system. I hope what we are doing is instead of driving, and one of the challenges with our old model was we did a lot of driving on streets that didn't have brush. And so there was more time in the seat and more emissions with less production. And so we want to be more efficient as we're out in our vehicles, but please keep us posted on that.
Yeah, and let me also add that we have some of those concerns in the beginning, but I've not heard those concerns lately. It seems like now that we've gotten into it and people understand their workload, and things have become much more smooth on that. But yes, please let me know if you hear that again.
And then last question, in our current budget, how many new households could we add to the curbside recycling program?
Yeah, so we continue to just utilize our operating budget. We are still getting a couple of thousand new signups a year. I kind of expected that to kind of plateau, and it has plateaued somewhat, but we heard some complaints from folks about how long it was taking us to get carts out, and now we are doing that about every 60 days. So it's not as simple as putting a cart out. We have to get that to our service provider so they can be put on a route and added. So there just takes a little bit of lag time to get that cart to the household and routed. But we should have the capabilities of adding residents as they sign up.
Awesome, thank you.
All right. Ms. Ryder.
Quick question. I know, I think this is you guys' department. Did the street sweeper for bicycle lanes end up making the budget, or did that
It did not. That was a,
Okay. Pandemic.
that
Got-
fell into the want category, not the need. And we do not physically have the small lane for that sweeper. So I think a little bit of it was the chicken before the egg. I think we had hoped to build the lane and need the sweeper, but I think that physically separated lane is not in place yet. So it's not red, it's orange. So should we have better revenue than expected, that may be one that pops up. Mayor Kincannon can talk more about that.
Yeah, I'll just say that was a hard one to not include for me, but it's orange, not red. So we'll see how the revenues come and keep that in mind as you know, for the next budget year.
For the future.
Yeah. One quick question, David, this has been, you know, I appreciate everyone who's been speaking on operations. Could you just say real quickly, we've had some great initiatives for PPE for our first responders, and some people have said, well, what about PPE for all our public service workers, Parks and Rec? I've asked that question, and Chad and Ben Buckner have said, yeah, we got it. But can you just reassure council members that all our employees have the PPE they need to be as safe as we can be during these times?
Yeah,
or Chad, you know, or David, somebody.
Yeah, I think hopefully folks know, number one, we have lots of PPE. Ben Buckner runs the Public Works warehouse. So this is a facility where we get everything from rock to eye protection to gloves. So we already had a stock of that anyway, but Ben has done a really fabulous job of making sure we had those supplies. And then Rachel and Chad and others are making sure we get those supplies deployed. And so Chad and Rachel, I think if we've had concerns, we've tried to meet those with Tyvek, with everything from making our own hand sanitizer to masks. During brush season, or leaf season, we already had these kind of neck masks that we wore anyway. So I think we've got plenty of supplies. Ben and I have been on an email chain. If at any time a city employee in Public Works feels like they don't have the safety equipment they need, that's where I need to know about it, or Chad and Rachel need to know about it. We want people to come to work and be safe. It is much cheaper to buy safety equipment on the front end than for someone to get hurt. So hopefully that answered your question. Chad or Rachel, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I mean, I would just add that while the warehouse is housed in public service, even here in the city county building, I have made multiple deliveries to departments who have asked for items. So anyone that calls and asks for items, we have a method of charging that out to the department. So it really serves all of general government, not just public service. And any PPE that has been needed, we have a eye right now. Anything anybody needs, we should have.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry, that's a little bit of a tangent from the budget, but it's a question I kept hearing, so wanted to make sure that we're on top of it. Thanks.
One last question along the same lines. For our public service workers, what percentage of them have paid sick leave?
I mean, all of them have paid sick leave. It'd just be a matter of how much of it they have. I will say, you know, we have not, several things that we have done during this pandemic is not meet in the building. You know, we had to clock in and clock out, and we'd have 100 people in a hallway. And obviously with social distancing, we have not been able to do that. So we are working out of the building. The Coliseum, and Mary and her team have been great. We have a few crews that meet over there. We had at any point, we were at about 60% staff. So we had about 40% taking advantage of the leave that was provided, and some using their own personal leave. So I don't have the exact numbers, but I mean, everybody, you know, accrues 12 sick leave days a year, of exactly how many everybody have, but we have people that have 2,000 hours of sick leave. So
Ms. Parker, we could easily get you a spreadsheet without names that just showed employee years of service, amount of sick leave. I mean, I think
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I'm happy to hear that our public service employees have paid sick leave. I'm just aware that 25% of our city workers don't have paid sick leave. So I was trying to get an understanding of what department they work in.
I'm not I mean, if you're a city employee, you have paid sick leave. So I'm not, maybe we can talk offline. I'm not sure what employees wouldn't have paid sick leave.
Okay,
think
that's a number that the mayor was using, so.
athletic officials.
I think,
Oh, you're talking about part-time?
well, this is Arian. I think what perhaps is being referenced is that when we first started talking about this global pandemic, we had recently pulled a statistic that 75% of city workers had more than 4 weeks.
4 weeks, that's it.
So it was rather saying that a huge majority, the vast majority of our workers had a significant amount of sick time, not just any sick time.
Yeah.
So that may be referring to as the 25% remaining, but that did not indicate that those employees didn't have any leave at all. It rather just meant that they were below the 4-week mark.
They've used it up or haven't accrued it. That was what it was. Not that they don't earn it. It was about the amount that they'd accrued.
Okay, so we provide paid sick leave for all city employees.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
That's important to clarify.
Absolutely. Okay, well.
Mr.
Ms.
Prince, I
Singh.
have a question.
Yeah.
I just, maybe you can answer this. Wanted to clarify, at the last council meeting, when we approved or we discussed the bonus for the police department and the fire department, and there was a lot of conversation about other workers didn't get it. Why were these two departments singled out to get something above and beyond? And I just wanted clarification about what did the other employees get that to kind of match the bonus aspect?
Yeah, there were 2 reasons that police and fire were provided that bonus. The number 1 reason is the fact that they are directly exposed to individuals who have COVID or could potentially have COVID in an uncontrolled way. And so you're dispatched, you respond, you must respond to a call, and you don't always control the situation that you're in. So that direct exposure. The other is that police and fire were exempt from the federal leave benefit that other employees, all other employees had access to. So those were the 2 reasons, and I think Mayor Concanon emailed that out during that time, that police and fire were awarded that bonus.
Okay, so a lot of the public service that is right there on the front line, they have been, they were taken care of by, was it 2 weeks of?
Well, the FRICA benefit, it was 80 hours essentially to go to the house if you hadn't. There were a lot of reasons you could go do that. And Chad, how many folks took advantage of that in public service? Do you have that number in front of you?
Yeah, again, at our most busiest week, it was like the second week of April. We were down about 40% staff. So, that's roughly, over 100 people took advantage of the leave that was offered.
Okay, and that value is probably above $500 of the bonus that the other 2 departments got.
For those employees, absolutely. Now, of course, there was 60%, but on staff, but for those employees, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I happen to have from Christine, I have the FRICA summary as of the 13th, and 87 employees in public service utilized FRICA.
And I just want to elaborate on this. The other element, you can get that 2 weeks of what's called, I think, emergency paid leave. But then the other side of that same FRICA legislation is that there's actually a much more extensive leave availability if you meet certain conditions. And so again, not just the 2 weeks, but even potentially extending, I think in some cases up to 12. So it is a very generous policy that is able to be leveraged by all of our general government employees should their situations require it, whether for health or childcare reasons. And so that is an important benefit that, obviously the feds created, but that we are complying with, and that adds up to quite a significant amount of flexibility for those employees who are not in police and fire.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, we got caught up a few minutes. I think our next department organization is Mary Bogert with KCC, Civic Auditorium, Coliseum, and Chilhowie Park. And Mary, help us get caught up.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you all.
I'm Mary Bogert. I'm the general manager for ASM Knoxville, and my team and I manage all of your public assembly facilities. And that includes the Knoxville Convention Center, World's Fair Exhibition Hall, the Knoxville Civic Auditorium and Coliseum, and Chahowee Park and Exposition Center. I also would like to introduce you today to several members of my team that are here. I'll have them wave at you when I call them out. My assistant general manager, Mitch List, has oversight of the Knoxville Civic Auditorium and Coliseum. Mitch also was recently promoted within our company. He is now a regional booking director for the Southern region. He's done such a great job at the KCAC since taking over there. We've actually improved bookings by 150% since 2015. So we're really pleased about that. Also with me today is Misty Lewis Satterfield. Misty is the park director at Chahowee Park. Missy's been over the park a couple of years now and has really been that conduit to keep the park partners and the neighborhood associations and the tenants at the park all working together and communicating in advance of events. Also on the call today is Tom Conaway. Tom Conaway is my director of finance over all 4 facilities. And Tom and his team provide cash support, all of our parking attendants, our box office, our concession areas, any event related cash services. They also do billing, accounting, receipts, and he is also in charge of legal compliance. Then also on the call is Jason Burgoyne. Jason is our director of facility operations. He is in charge of making sure that all of our equipment is maintained at all the facilities, that it's all maintenance on a schedule. He's also in charge of security. He works very closely with the Knoxville Police Department. We do active shooter training for all of our staff. We do CPR training. We work very closely with KPD to make sure that we do fire safety training and evacuation plans for attendees for events. So Jason's over all that. He also works very closely with the City of Knoxville Purchasing Department and acquisition of all of our the capital requests that we may have. Then also on the call is Rebecca Williams. Rebecca Williams is our director of sales and marketing for the Knoxville Convention Center and the World's Fair Exhibition Hall. And Rebecca works in tandem. Rebecca and her team work in tandem with Visit Knoxville. And also with our corporate sales office to go across the country and are really true ambassadors for our city, selling our venues and Knoxville as a destination for conventions, conferences, sporting events, and trade shows. So this is a handful of our team, but collectively we work together to maintain your facilities, to market, to book, to hire, to train, and be ambassadors for Knoxville. Our goal is to create meaningful and memorable experiences, not only for attendees, but also to keep the facilities updated and relevant and marketable. We have a full-time staff of 77 employees. We have a part-time staff of about 200. To give you an idea, last year we hosted close to 400 events, 914 event days, just under 800,000 in attendance. All of this results in tax revenue to the city, economic impact for our local businesses, and also supports the community by bringing diverse programming into the market to enhance the lifestyle of Knoxvillians. So, you know, this quarter's been a challenge for us. We're trying to keep positive during the COVID crisis. We have lost several events, but what we're seeing more of is, I would say 80% of our events that were going to happen in this quarter that have canceled have been rescheduled for next year. That's helping next year's budget. But in our current quarter, that's what we're seeing. We are managing utilities down. Our buildings are dark, but while that's going on, we are cleaning and mowing and painting and doing a lot of deferred things that when we are ready to reopen, we'll be ready to go. A few noteworthy items to mention that went into our methodology when we presented the budget. The Holiday Inn, which is located next to the convention center, is going to be undergoing a renovation. The good news is when that renovation's over, we will have next door covered to the convention center, a full service Marriott hotel. From a marketing standpoint, I'm sure Rebecca and her team and Kim Bumpus and her team will tell you that when we go on the road selling Knoxville, that will be a game changer. So 2 years from now, when that project's complete, it'll be very exciting. We're very excited about it. In the meantime, though, it's planned to close in August and then be closed for 18 months. So if most of you have probably been to all the facilities, I would say that 80% of the attendees that go to World's Fair Exhibition Hall go there by route of the Holiday Inn lobby. So obviously our building won't be shut down once it's reopened. But it does affect how we sell it. We have some meeting planners who don't mind and plan to enter through the park side, and we have some that don't want to be over there during that renovation. So it's affected how we sell that facility. Over at Chilhowie Park, you know, we've managed Chilhowie now since 2015, and every year I have to make a phone call and ask for emergency funding to mitigate flood damage. And so we've just decided this year we're going to put $30,000 in Misty's budget so that we can rent a generator and a pump and not have to go through the emergency capital process. So then at KCAC, I will tell you, Mitch and his team have done a great job. You know, I talk about the bookings being up, and keep in mind, he beat his budget last year, and that was with the building being shuttered for 6 months due to the renovation. So we're going to keep doing some things in the operating budget next year that will keep that building relative and trending. And I just want to say thank you to the $11 million we got from the previous administration. Some of you were on council when that was approved. I've been through a lot of renovations, and I have to tell you, I've never come off of a renovation and had such positive, not any negativity. Everyone absolutely, Knoxvillians loved what we did to the Coliseum. And so we're grateful for that. It's been very, very well received. We hope in future years that we can do more over there, but we have factored in a few things in next year's operating budget. But with all those things in mind, our annual operating budget request for next year is $3,985,000. That's to operate all 4 facilities, and that's actually a reduction of $10,000 from the current year. And I will say we are going to beat our budget in the current year, believe it or not. We were doing so well with bookings and events prior to the COVID event happening that we were coming in really, really heavy in a good way on budget. And so it's helped us weather this storm a little bit better than most of our colleagues, I will say. So we do plan to make our budget this year and ask you for $10,000 less in next year's budget.
All right. Questions for Mary and her team? Thank you. That's they do a fabulous job managing our facilities, and it's been a very unique time for events and large gatherings. But we've got a good team that is going to be ready, and the facilities will be ready to do that when we can. Any questions for Mary or the ASM team?
So just real quickly, Mary, are you seeing things booked out to make up for what's going on? That's what we've heard from Kim Bumpus.
We are seeing our calendar for next year is being compressed. Okay. And we are, like, again, I would say we've been able to retain about 80% of the events that have shifted from the current quarter into next year. There were some that we lost, some were government, or they were a tournament that, you know, it just got away from us because we didn't have dates the next year, or it fell off of a a schedule that won't work. But we have been working very closely with all of our clients to work with them on deposits and all those things, just to be a good partner. So we're very encouraged. Mitch is still booking concerts, believe it or not. Mitch is still booking shows, and Rebecca and her team have still doing proposals every week.
All right, I know it's a moving target, so kudos to you guys. This is not a fun time.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Great stuff.
Okay. Okay, so before we move on, I just want to thank everyone, all the departments, all the directors and staff for all the work that you guys do. We certainly appreciate that, and thank you for joining us today. Before we move on to Gerald Green, David, quick question I wanted to bring up. I want to ask how the city can help to bring an active focus to our financial institutions around the Community Reinvestment Act, and what steps can we take in that arena?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And I think the role we would take, and I'll look over at Stephanie Welch and Aaron and obviously Mayor Kincannon, is we can help coordinate and facilitate our major lending institutions. They all have compliance requirements, and obviously Ms. Fugit is well aware of that and has a long history in it. So I think our role would be to facilitate, bring those institutions together and try to, how can we have alignment and greater impact with that tool? I'll kick it over to Mayor Kincannon to see if she'd like to add more to that.
Thanks, David. Good question, Vice Mayor McKenzie. Empowering people is really what it's all about. And I think that when I talk to people out in the community, access to capital is a big part of that. And the Community Reinvestment Act, oh, where'd you go? There you go.
There I am.
I'm looking at you, even though you can't see me looking at you. Anyhow, I think that this would be a place where we could try to, as David said, coordinate and convene and facilitate, but also make sure that the financial institutions know that we can help them spend and invest their money in ways that the community actually wants, and also help the community understand what opportunities are there and what the barriers are, because that CRA money is really good. And I would love to, I know there's members of council who've suggested ideas similar to what's happening. Memphis has this program called, I think, Memphis 800 that Council Member Smith mentioned to me the other day. That sounds like a really good plan, and particularly for supporting minority-owned businesses. And I like the plan, and Councilman Smith can probably describe it better than I can, but instead of creating a new program, it just surrounds businesses with existing programs, including CRA investments, but things that some of the partners that you all heard from yesterday, the Entrepreneur Center, the Chamber, there's a lot of programs out there, but maybe some of our businesses that need that support the most may not be aware of them. So I'd like to move forward on that. And I know Councilwoman Fugit has a lot of experience in her former career as a banker with the Community Reinvestment Act. So I welcome the input and expertise from the members of this council, and then let's together come to the community, and I'll certainly move forward on the as the administration, but you guys have been coming with a lot of good ideas, so so please let's keep talking about that and thinking about ways to do it. But I like the Memphis 800 initiative. Might be a model that we could bring to Knoxville to address some of these same concerns.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. And we'll work more together and start looking into how that would look offline. Thank you very much for your commitment to that. Okay. So now I think we're good to move on to Gerald. Is Gerald Green with us, Director Green?
Yes, I am. I had to unmute myself. Thanks for allowing me this opportunity to present Knoxville, Knox County Planning's budget request for the coming fiscal year. With me are sorry, I got a message from the, okay.
We can't, oh, now we see you. Thank you.
Okay. And I think Will Johnson has a presentation that I sent him, and we'll share his screen to show that. With me are Amy Brooks, who is our Planning Services Manager, and Jeff Welch, who is our Transportation Planning Manager and also Director of the Regional Transportation Planning Organization. Next slide, please, Will. Looking at our organizational structure, you see we have 3 divisions. As I stated, Amy Brooks is Planning Services Manager. Planning Services handles rezonings, development review, our sector plan updates, 1-year plan updates, all the ordinance amendments. Also, we do addressing for all new development in the city and county and readdressing, street naming. We also do subdivision plat review, subdivision development review, special use review, a lot of development activity review. Our transportation planning section is actually a regional planning section working with the municipalities, including Knoxville, Farragut, Oak Ridge, Sevierville, Alcoa, Maryville, and the counties in which those are located, doing vehicular transportation, bicycle and pedestrian transportation plans, long-range planning. Our information services, Terry Gilhula is the manager of that. They provide development activity reports, such as one that recently came out, senior living reports, a wide range of technical reports, work with the census data, also do mapping, GIS mapping. We have contracts with the school system for their school district mapping, the elections board on the election districts, a number of different activities through our information services division. Next slide, Will, please. Inspiring communities is our tagline, and that is means that we try to inspire communities to do better things within those communities and also create communities that are inspiring. The healthy, vibrant communities that take advantage of both our built and our natural resources. Our mission is to promote healthy, vibrant communities through comprehensive planning and land use management. We strive to involve residents in an open planning process. We work to provide objective advice to City Council, the Planning Commission, County Commission, Historic Zoning Commission, the Tennessee Technology Corridor Development Authority Board, the Board of Zoning Appeals, the Infill Housing Committee, the Downtown Design Review Board. We serve as an information resource. I'd like you to remember that we provide a great deal of information. Our information services division can provide you economic data, demographic data, development activity data, pretty much answer any question you have regarding the city of Knoxville. Next slide, please, Will. Our proposed budget for the coming year, the revenue is projected to be just over $5.6 million. Of that, we project the city to provide about 22% of our budget, just $1.266 million. Knox County provide 15% or just over $800,000. Fees will provide just about $450,000. We anticipate our fees being down a bit in the coming year due to reduced applications in the city because we made a number of uses that have been requirement to go through the Planning Commission to staff review, thereby reducing the amount of time it takes to receive approval of those developments, and also a little bit leery of the economic activity in the coming year. Grant administration is our major source of funding, with just over $2.7 million or 50% of our budget coming through the administration of grants, primarily transportation grants from the federal and state governments, and 5% of our budget, or about $260,000, will come from other sources, contracts with development corporation, the school system, and budget surplus from previous years. Next slide, please, Will. Our expenditures also try to keep a balanced budget at $5.6 million. Salaries account for the majority of our budget expenditures. With 33 employees, we're do a lot for those employees. Contracted services, about 4.5% of our budget. This includes advertising for public meetings, outreach, supplies, insurance, and even we pay rent for our space. So that's just over 5% of our budget, and grant related costs, including the administration, the staff time for administration of those grants, we charge the grant related cost, and that's 37%. Next slide, please, Will. Our initiatives for the next coming year, and this is those identified in working with the mayor and her staff. The number one initiative is the area plan for the Eastern Arc. This is our name at this time for that area from the former Hyatt Marriott Hotel on Hill Avenue over to the proposed safety center site and the Lincoln Park neighborhood. This would include looking at not only the reuse of some of those currently vacant spaces like the old hotel, also include the master plan and redevelopment of Austin Homes, the proposed science center, the standard knitting mill, the potential ball field stadium, the realignment of Hall of Fame Drive and Broadway, and the safety center at the former Tenova site. We want to address the cumulative impact of these projects, see how the various projects, looking at them as a whole, can provide some synergy in terms of the impacts and the benefits to the community, look at connections among those uses and connections between those uses in the neighborhoods and downtown. Our next priority will be the South Waterfront Code update. This is likely a phased project, looking first at the administration of that code and then diving more deeply into it as time allows. Significant initiative is the city sector plan updates. These are getting older. We want to incorporate the corridor small area plans that we've been requested to do for Alcoa Highway, Western Avenue, and the Oakwood industrial area into this sector plan initiative. And next slide, Will. I think that's actually the last one. And at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have a question. It's a little off topic, so I wanted to go last if other council members have questions.
I'll go ahead and go then. Gerald, the studies that were in your final slide that have been requested, Alcoa, Western, and the industrial site there at Oak Ridge. I know you're leaving us to go on to more exciting opportunities.
More relaxing anyway.
Well, all right, more relaxing opportunities. What's the time frames do you think on those? What's realistic?
We'll have to work with the mayor staff, and actually all of these involve coordination with the city staff. The least one being the city sector plan updates, although looking at those area plans and corridor plans, that would require significant coordination with staff and public outreach. Our hope is to finish the Eastern Arc and the sector plan updates by the end of the fiscal year, and I think that's realistic with the area plan for the Eastern Arc starting first. Likely, we'll start doing some background. We've already started mapping and some background work on that. The South Waterfront Code would likely be more long range, and that because of the staff resources needed for the Eastern Arc area plan updates, we won't be able to devote full staff attention to that. I think the key immediately in hearing comments from the residents of that area and the development community is look at the administration of that code, see how we can improve that, and especially the public awareness of what goes on in the South Waterfront, and then start diving into the code itself and see what sections need to be updated. That's likely an 18-month process.
My question is about building codes.
That is not my jurisdiction. That's Peter Aaron's. So all I know about building codes is that we have to follow them. I'd be happy to try to answer. I want to make that caveat first.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Parker. Well, let's see what the question is.
I know that this is not under planning, but I know that the city follows, standard international building codes. But cities can create their own building codes to meet, energy efficiency standards, stricter standards that we want to establish for our city. And since planning does a lot of the public facing work to engage the community in developing those types of standards, I was just wondering if the city has ever considered a public process for developing our own building codes.
So
Not
let
that
me,
I'm aware of, and no place that I've worked have
yeah.
been involved in the building code update. Typically goes through the State Building Code Council, modeled on the International Building Code, like you mentioned. I'll let David chime in there, but I've never been in a process like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime that we do a code update, there's process. The most interested people in that oftentimes are the building community, designers, developers, contractors. That's oftentimes who engages early on that. What we have are adopted ICC, International Code Council. That's what we've adopted. Now, we do go in and make amendments or modifications to that based on some local practices or local needs. But I think I've never heard of a planning department taking the lead on updating codes for the city. We constantly look at what we have adopted and is it meeting the goals of our city. And I'll let Aaron jump in to talk about some of the other goals with energy efficiency if you want to, Aaron.
I'll just say really quickly, I mean, I think first of all, we do have that public process and we actually went through it just last year, I believe. It's been fairly in recent memory. And, you know, this is one of those places where anytime there's a change, it's always hard. And I've actually been really pleased by how accommodating the Knoxville development community has been to what I call keeping pace with modern codes. So we transitioned to the 2018 code, which is the most recent code. They're updated by the ICC, I think, every 3 years. And so the next code is not actually available yet. It will be out in 2021. So City of Knoxville really is a leader among the state and in the region for the fact that we are on those 2018 code suite to begin with. That includes the International Energy Conservation Code, the IECC. And then one of the other things that we adopted a couple years ago, and Peter might know the right date on this, but we actually have on the books for voluntary compliance, the International Green Construction Code, which is one of the more innovative and forward-looking code suite options that the ICC has developed. So right now, I mean, that's kind of a challenge of that, you know, it's voluntary, so not a lot of people take advantage of it. In fact, I think I'm still waiting for the first developer out there who wants to voluntarily comply. We'll roll out the red carpet for you. But one of the things that we'd like to kind of talk about through the Mayor's Climate Council that we launched just this week is that kind of more forward-looking. How do we start to think about what we as the city can do to incent a different type of development in ways that still motivate robust investment in our community, but also start looking ahead toward a much more efficient building footprint. So we'll be having those conversations, and that, of course, is a very open kind of public conversation around the green and energy efficient elements of building specifically. So we're looking forward to seeing how that plays out.
Yeah, Ms. Parker, though, you mentioned other cities. If you could forward me the cities that have adopted their own code and not gone with the ICC, I'd love to know.
Yeah, I'll share that with you. My other question, I'm also piggybacking because I forgot to ask this of public service earlier. But downtown property owner who I spoke to recently, who got notification that commercial trash pickup is now being made the responsibility of the property owner and not the business owner. I imagine that's maybe a budget related. I'm sorry?
Yeah, I can jump in on that. So, you know, commercial garbage in the city is outside the center city is handled privately. In the center city, the city does collect garbage, and for commercial uses, we do charge a fee. One of the challenges with trying to bill business owners was that we got very little response from those business owners, and oftentimes businesses would, you know, business would open and it would close, or we wouldn't get a response. So our plan is to send an invoice to the property owner in the future in an attempt to recover some of the commercial garbage services that are provided by the city. Again, if you're a commercial business outside that urban core, the center city, you pay for that now. And so we've always charged for commercial services in downtown, not for condo owners, property owners, if it's their primary residence, but for commercial businesses.
Gotcha. Just a heads up, there were some concerns that, you know, the current lease agreements that they have in place, you know, can't be altered mid-lease.
Okay.
And so some sort of process where if this change is to take place, could take that into account, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know what that would look like, but just a heads up that I've heard some complaints.
Thank you very much.
If there are no further questions for Gerald, I would like to thank you, Gerald, for your service. I realize you've still got another month and a half or so of work, but you've steered us through some very complex issues and some very difficult times. I think Knoxville is going to be the better for it. And regardless of where your opportunities lead you, I hope you do not remain a stranger to Knoxville. So all the best. And
well, thank you. I've certainly enjoyed working with everyone and enjoy all the friendships and the associations I've made. I think it's amazing that of all the people I've met here, there are only probably 2% that I wouldn't come back and visit. Yeah, I certainly would.
Well, on that note, because we don't want to hear who those 2% are, yeah, I echo that. Thank you, Gerald, for everything that you've done in your service to us, especially through the recode process. We certainly applaud your efforts, and hopefully you'll be able to get that recode book out of your mind in the next 2 or 3 years, since you had to breathe it every day. So we certainly appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you and your staff. So council, you're welcome. So council, at this time, we're going to break for lunch. We would ask that everyone would please be back promptly at 1:15. As Savannah mentioned, we are obligated to start public forum at 2 o'clock. So appreciate everyone's patience today and enjoy your lunch.
Are we coming back to the same link?
No, there's a separate link that you were sent for the later session.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker, for that. I didn't realize that as well. Thank you.